Alright. I've been waiting all day for this, man. Oh, hold on. Before I even start that, um, wait, hold on. Hmm. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, cause I gotta start doing, especially the ones that talk. Start doing those commissions. Cause sometimes they be leading to secret achievements. I don't know if this one would. But, yeah, man. I'm so excited for this update. Cannot wait. Because I cannot wait till we fight, because I'm pretty sure we're gonna fight Roland. We're probably gonna fight Roland and maybe Boreas. Or maybe there's a evil version of Boreas. Who the hell knows? Probably, one Roland, actually, maybe not even that. Maybe the wolf that he was just running around with and not cry. Maybe that one we will probably fight. Probably not just Boreas. But yeah, I'm very very excited for this update, man. I hope we get more. Well, obviously we're gonna get more lore about Roland and most likely around that time with him and the other people, like Signora's lover and that other dude. Forgot his name, because that other dude was the first person to have the fighting style that Marka has. The dual wielding claymores. I hope we get lore about that, and of course the wolves. I wonder if this thing is gonna be a whole entire, like a 30-minute thing. Kind of like the one with like, now what's her name? The one in Mondstadt. Which I don't know if I ever done it on this account. I know I did it on the other servers. I don't remember doing it in this one. But it's been such a long time since I started playing, so maybe I did it in the beginning, or maybe my sister did it in the beginning, and then when I started playing, she already did it. Or maybe I did it around the time that I started playing. But I don't know. Oh, Juliana, that's her name. That's what it is. Because it starts off with the gift from her husband, but then if you choose the other person, it's like a whole entire thing. It's like literally almost 30 minutes. It's a pretty good story though. End up finding out that Juliana is that she was an ex treasure hoarder. She was getting blackmailed. I don't even know what to play, honestly. I just want to do something real quick because I didn't do it earlier, which I should have, but I was a little bit of a hurry, and that's when I started yapping about stuff. Because I was on YouTube earlier, going through all the theories.
Alright, let's finish this fast. That was quick.
But anyways, yeah, I was going through, well, what I was thinking, what's most likely probably, gonna be the case with, like, this update, especially with, the event, that why, because I know it's kind of like a fairy tale version of the traveler's journey, and stuff is different but also kind of the same. So like the example I was using was when you go to the church and you take the holy lyre, or when you try to take it,
Sit up on the counter?
and then the electric Fatui soldier comes and takes it. So then in the event, it's supposed to be Fischl who takes it. So like that. It's like different, but still the same. But for the Statue of the Seven, and even though it's the Hexa Circles that obviously does it, so it would be Klee, because, you know, Alice would have done it. But if everything is different yet the same, how come the Statue of the Seven isn't another animal person? Like, why isn't it like Sucrose or Jean or Varka? Why is it Klee when she's Pyro? That one doesn't make sense to me. But that's just me, just probably just like overthinking. Just make it probably more complicated than it needs to be. But I don't know. I don't know. To me, it's just weird. Because it's the same, but a little bit different. But that one is like completely different. But, like I said, since it's the Hexa Circles that's doing it, and obviously Alice will be a part of it, then it will make sense for them to put Klee. But now, what else? What else? I'm not gonna go through every single thing, because I want to do this and then just start the quest. Oh, Varka essentially would have become the Animal Archon. That's what I think. If the Traveler didn't come, and Varka would have been kind of in the position like of like the Traveler, then I think by the ending of his whole entire journey, he most likely would have become the new Animal Archon. And the reason why I say that is because the stuff that they kept on saying in his trailer, like kind of like the what if scenario, like when he fought Dvalin and then beat him by himself, by the way, but he didn't uncorrupt Dvalin, so then Dvalin had to be sealed. Oh, yeah. Now that I say that, well, I'll go to it after. But I'm pretty sure Decarabian is sealed, and I don't think he's killed. I'll get to the reason why later. But yeah, Dvalin would have been sealed, and then yeah, and then the way that the Hex Circles kept on talking about Varka, that he was like destined for greatness and the one to become the hero, the true hero and whatnot. So they would just like the way they would just kept on talking about him, and then them mentioning like he defies fate also, it's just made me think that if the Traveler didn't come to Tibet, I think he would have ascended to Animal Archon most likely. But because the Traveler came, he didn't he didn't continue with that path, if that makes sense. But even with the Traveler coming to Tibet, it's like he still kinda defied his fate anyway. So I was thinking, maybe it's because the Traveler came. And when the Traveler came, I think the Traveler basically changed everyone's fate the moment that they arrived. Like, I don't even think they had to interact with the person and then do whatever it is, and then, you know, slowly by slowly it changes. I think it automatically just changed once the Traveler came to Tibet. But yeah, just like little stuff like that. Um, Venti being the third descender. Um, which I've said that before. Which, dude, it still just drives me crazy trying to wrap my head around it. But it's the only one that makes sense. Oh, and then I was speaking about Zaibao and like her three basically souls, you could say. And then I realized that if you really technically think about it, Columbina was a little bit in the same boat. Because it took the other three moons for her to become the true moon. So the other three had to come together and basically sort of become Columbina in a way. So then with that, then that made me realize I don't think it's just only body and soul, like how everyone, including myself, thought about it before. Because you know the theory that Child and Wanderer is the body and soul of the third Descender. But now since I did the Lanterite stuff, and then I realized the stuff with Columbina, it's like everything is in threes, not twos. So there will be one more thing missing for the third Descender. And then even with the Mondstadt statue, the gigantic one, on the bottom of it, it decodes, or if you decode it, it basically says that that Venti is like the gateway to like Celestia. And then that book thing in the chasm, which I know I said earlier, but now I reread it, and I'm still technically right about gates being opened, but it's not specifically through like Venti. It doesn't literally come out and say that Venti is the reason why that the gates is open. In the chasm, thing, but it does mention him, being like an endless wind and then soaring like a Pegasus and etc. etc. And then it talks about like the heavens falling, so like the sky is kind of like open for the taking. So again, it's sort of the same thing. But Venti's statue literally comes out and says that he basically is the gateway to Opus Celestia. And then with that also being said, the whole thing with the hymns of the North, with the third descender and the Belisar convincing him to open the gates of Celestia. I mean, you could literally just put like two and two together. But then when you read the Not Cry Wings, which unfortunately I don't have it yet, it speaks a different story, but he's still opening something. And it's opening the gates to the abyss. So, but yeah, honestly, with all that stuff, it just, I don't know. To me, it just kind of like just even made it more confirmed that I think Venti is probably the third descender. Because if you think about it, if, because I do think we're probably still right about Child and Wanderer. But for Venti was just like a spirit or like a ghost, whatever you want to put it. And then um, he made his way to Storm Terror when Decarabian was ruling, and then that's when he met his friend, um, which I literally just forgot. I just remembered right now, and I forgot to check earlier. Because I don't know if they ever said the friend's name. Or maybe his... I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if they said the name. But anyway, he was traveling... He was basically kind of like a companion to someone. And then that person died, and then Venti took over his friend's form. And then the Venti that we see now is obviously, Venti. But technically, that's not his original body, because he took on that form when his friend died. Because originally, he was basically, again, just like a spirit. So, it's not entirely far off to say that, Venti could be the third part to the third Descenders, like, entirety, like, body, soul, and spirit. But, yeah, then I went through that, then I went through the Laterite, then I talked about the Ibis King that they mentioned, or Zypal mentioned. Or not the Ibis King, talked about an Ibis, and obviously that refers to the Ibis King. And then I also realized that all the major, like, powerful players kinda, in a way, wanted to make their own little, like, kingdomship, like the way Celestia does it. So, like, with Deshret. Deshret, had the Seven Kings, also had the Goddess of Flowers, which was an angel, and then also working with Ruka Devata. And then he denied the Dendro Archonship. So, like with that, it's like he kind of wanted to make his own like authority. And then with Zhongli, even though that one is a little bit different, but yeah, he's like the leader of like the Adeptis or Adeptus, whatever. Basically, they're basically the same crap. But anyways, he's like the leader of them. And then he has like his seven yakshas, I think it's called, which is like Shao, Voracious, and the other ones I can't remember. So again, it's kind of like its own little rule. And the reason why I said like almost kind of like they're mini Celestia and have their own rules is because if if you think about it, Celestia, it's Fanes, then the Shades, and then the seven Archons. So with other people, again, like the powerful players throughout Tibet's history, again, Deshret, then the Seven Kings, then an angel, Ruka Devata also working with him. But Ruka Devata wasn't entirely, under his kingship or whatever. But you know what I mean. I'm just using that little stuff for an example. And then, again, Zhongli with the Adeptus and the Yakshas. Then even the Pyro Archon, they have like the heroes of the tribe. So I don't know. I just find it not really like weird, but I just find it odd that Celestia is this all-powerful thing, and then once Fanes disappeared, it's like everyone just try to do their own thing and basically try to become in their own way, like quote-unquote Fanes or something. I don't know, that's just kind of what I think. And then the contract with Zhongli and the Heavenly Principles, I'm pretty sure I figured it out. I'm pretty sure the contract is that when a war that could destroy Tibet possibly, Zhongli would have to quote unquote ascend to Fanes' position and lead Celestia in the war. I'm pretty sure that's the contract. And it does kind of make sense, because if you think about it, well, there's a whole bunch of stuff. Like him with the rocks and the memories. Now it's like he kind of has influence in Tibet, sort of. And then him being like the golden child and called Heaven Star. And then even him basically kind of almost being like Venti in the sense of them knowing so much stuff. Like, how the hell is that possible? Like, that shouldn't be possible. And then, yeah, Zhongli just also being just insanely powerful. Like, he could fight all seven Archons, or all other six Archons. And it could be by himself, and he would just, like, destroy everybody. Like, it's crazy. Like, he even still rivals, full authority in Nouvelle, APEP, and, well, Zhongli, false authority of the Three Moons. I mean, not Zhongli. The Torres, false authority of the Three Moons. Conlabina's true authority of the Three Moons, and becoming the fourth one, which is like the 3-in-1, if you really technically think about it. So in a sense, she's basically almost like on Nubelong type of level, and Zhongli still rivals it like that. It's like, and then with the Archon War, it was like he was the leader because obviously Fanes wasn't alive or still sleeping or whatever. I think he might be dead, but we can save that for another time. But yeah, just like with all that stuff, I think that's exactly what it is. I think Zhongli, and also what I mentioned earlier on YouTube, that with the Archons, they, well, let's take out Venti and Zhongli, the other Archons. Just take them out for now, because they're clearly like have higher true authority than just that. But anyways, the other Archons, they always worked with Shades, and then in the event that they work with a Shade, and then I guess you could say like backstab them or broke a rule, which breaking a rule would kind of be like a backstab. Then there was like punishments to it, and the biggest example is Fossilor, but Egeria. You know, creating the oceanoids and them basically being like humanified, I guess you could put it. Because the people of Fontaine, they look humans, but they're truly pure oceanoids. It was a whole entire thing. But anyways, just with that, and then they were punished, and then the whole prophecy thing and whatnot. And then the stuff with Natlon, like doing the power between the Pyro Archon and Renova. Then the Pyro Archon has to die, and then give the power back to Renova. But even that one, it's not really like because of a betrayal type of thing. It was just part of a deal. But anyways, with me saying all that stuff, it's just like as an example of there's like a price to pay working with them. But for Venti and Zhongli, no, it's not like that. Cause even with like you have to, cause they don't mention it in the story. Well, they do mention it, but no one really paid attention to it because it really didn't mean anything during the Lantern Ray, if that makes sense. But if you think about it, the whole Zybao thing, like right before her death, Ishiroff captures her, and then, like due to that, like her quote unquote death, kind of like shatter herself into 3 different beings. So she's like essentially being punished and trapped by Ishiroff. And the Traveler and Zhongli, but mostly Zhongli because he figures all the stuff out. And then of course the Traveler does help. But like they do all this stuff and basically break like Zybao essentially like out of prison. And like there's no consequences for Zhongli. I think it's just cause like a higher authority type of thing. And it wasn't him who physically did all the stuff to break her out of this prison, basically, and then put all her souls back together. But still, you know, he had a huge part of it. But yeah, just like stuff like that. And then again, like the names for him, and even which I forgot which book it is. I know it's in some book. It talks about Zhongli descending from the heavens, even though I don't think that makes him a descender, but yeah, it's just like with that, the names, the stuff that he be saying, the stuff that he does that kind of like contradicts like some other stuff. Him seemingly not being punished by anything, which might be a part of his contract. Because I was thinking about it, and I think maybe his like he did get punished, and it was just the one punishment, and then ever since then nothing else happens to him because he will have to basically be quote unquote feigns if there's ever a war that's either like the Archon War or like another funerary flame type of thing when everything could be destroyed. Because again, in the Archon War, he was literally basically Celestia's leader. So, but yeah. Anyways, I think a part of his contract, the probably one punishment that he did get, and then that's why he doesn't have another one after, is probably that girl. I always forget how to correctly say her name. It's the one that starts with a G. Guazhang or something like that. Basically his lover. That she was trapped in stone. I think that was probably on Fane's part of probably the contract. But yeah, anyways, that's what I think. What else was I talking about? Oh, I still think even though it's gonna sound kind of crazy, but I think it only refers to just the title ship. So think of it as the Pyro Archon, right? Like one human goes, becomes the Archon, and then once they have to be done and then finish the deal with Renova, then another person comes and then becomes the Pyro Archon, and then the next one, and then the next one, and then Medvuka eventually. So the Pyro Archon is just, even though it's power that they obtain, but just think of it as like a title that could be passed down to someone, right? So, which I know I mentioned this a long time ago, but for the Sarista, I think my theory is still correct about her not having a demon name. I think she's gonna have an angel name, and I think it would be Gabriel, which should be the third descender, but since the third descender is dead and like shattered into three, I think the Sarista just has his title, and then that would be her quote unquote like not demon name but angel name, but it would be seen as a demon name to Celestia, because you know Celestia has the demon names. So if they see it as an angel name that she has, then obviously it goes against Celestia's rules and whatnot. So yeah, her having a demon name, I don't see that. I think it's an angel name. Yeah, I think
Tell me what you see. Not too far now.
Fighting this.
By the frost moon of old, who needs this place?
Oh, whoa.
How farcical! Can't hide the truth. It all falls into place.
Ay, ay, ay. Oh, I'm dumb. I walked away, I saw the chest symbol, and I thought a chest appeared. But it was from the resin thing. I don't know why my brain always does that. Well, not always, but it sometimes does that. But yeah, that was basically like everything.
No more lies.
I talked about some other stuff, like Guardrail and
Can't hide the truth.
a little bit of Resident Evil.
All I've got.
And just like random stuff. But I'm not gonna go through all that. Because I just wanted to kind of do like a little recap of everything Genshin related that I was saying on YouTube here. Where is this thing? Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I also forgot Lohan, which I've been saying this for the longest time. I think well, Roland also, but Lohan, I think he's the one that's connected to
Watch out, or you'll get singed. My blessing.
to Lohan. Oh, yeah, Roland is connected to Lohan, or Lohan is connected to Roland.
That was quick.
I don't think it's through Barca. And if it is through Barca, it's literally just only because of the wolves. I don't think it's like a blood lineage type of thing, like how some people think. Or, you know, Barca is like a soul piece of Lohan or whatever. I don't think there's anything like that. I don't think there's any type of connection. But literally just probably only through the wolves. Because maybe the wolf that traveled with Lohan is directly descendant of Boreas. And I think with Varka, possibly, he might be in the lineage of Boreas. Which sounds kind of crazy because obviously he's a wolf. But I don't know, you never know, man. Especially with all these freaking shapeshifters. And who knows, maybe
Ad Astra.
through some type
Thank
of
you for completing
crazy
today's commissions.
diabolical
Here is
way,
your reward.
maybe the wolves are, you know, part family of Fays or something. And if that's the case, then we know Fays are shapeshifters. So, yeah, that's what I think. But, yeah, I think Lohan might be, like, probably, like, lineage related to Roland. Because his eyes match, Roland's outfit. And then the way that he acts. Because when you talk to Mika during the... What event was it? Oh, during the event in Dragon Spine, when you had to do the like the racing thing, and then also they had like the mini games or whatnot. But during that, when you talk to Mika, the way Mika was talking about Lohan basically reminded me of the notes that you see in Not Cry that was related to Roland. Because they both just see enemies and they just run towards them and like kill everything in sight. There's no like, you know, they sit back and do strategies and wait for the perfect time or whatever. No, they see their enemies and then they just run and fight and kill all of them. So it's like Lohan has like that bloodthirsty like mentality, and obviously Roland has it. That's why he's the Bloodstained Knight. So yeah, that's just what I think. Oh, yeah, the reason why I'm here, well, not really to do that, but all this stuff, because in Varka's trailer, the one that if the Traveler didn't come, that he would have been like the hero or whatnot, and then most likely, in my opinion, I think he would have ascended to Animal Archon. But when he fought the Valen, and they wasn't able to they weren't able to purify him, like to get rid of the abyss corruption. Dvalin started like falling down in the trailer, and when he was falling down, these symbols started appearing, and it was basically like this, like layer upon layer upon layer upon layer upon layer, and then when he was all the way down, you had like the last one, and it like sealed and trapped him. And it was the same exact symbols that you see here, and the same exact layers that you see here. It's the same thing as it was in the trailer. So I'm thinking that he would have trapped the Valen here, and since they mention that it would have been a prison for him, then that's exactly what this thing is. All of this stuff is because it's sealing someone, and someone is in here because they're in prison. And the only person that could be in here that would make sense would be Decarabian. Because this was the main tower where Decarabian stayed at anyway. Because, you know, he was the king of, you know, this area. He was basically almost like the first Animal Archon, you could kind of say. Or maybe... Actually, was he technically? No, I don't think he was. I think he might have kind of did something probably like Deshra. Like a ruler of his nation, and then he's seen himself as like a, again, quote unquote, kind of like Thanes. Like they were full authority of this area. Again, like how Deshret was, and a little bit of Zhongli. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure Decoravian is trapped in here. I don't think he's dead. So in the future, he would probably appear. Or maybe not. It would be cool if he would appear. But if he does appear, and this seal breaks, that would mean Venti probably have died. Oh damn, that would be crazy. Venti dies, this thing gets unsealed, and Decoravian starts fighting us. Wow. That would actually be crazy. Oh, and now that I see the moon, speaking of prison, because I never even like clicked to me that Zaibao was inside the fake moon that was in the sky. But even though this one that we see now is the real one, because I finished the Columbina thing, or I finished the last update's Archon quest, which was also Columbina's story quest mixed in it. But anyways, like before that, the moon that you would see was the fake moon, and I knew it was the fake moon, but I just always assumed it was just like a moon with like just like light in it, like it was like an artificial thing. I didn't really think it was a prison for anybody, but it was a prison for Zaibao. But with me saying that, because if just pretend I didn't do the Archon quest, and this is the old moon, right? So if someone was in this moon, right, and it was Zaibao, and it was a prison, then who's to say that the sun doesn't also have a prisoner inside of it? I mean, if the moon had one, the sun one will also probably have one. And I think it would probably be Nubalong. I think Nubalong is the false sun that we see. So it's either a prison, which most likely it is, or they just probably use his corpse as a as the sun. But either way, I think it's Nubalong. Okay. Let's oh, now that I see this, I don't really know what to make out of it, but it's pretty odd, especially with the first two characters that you see in the front. You see like their little angel wings on the right side of them. Those wings are identical to but even though those are like straight up and they're like kind of like if they're flying, but the shape and the look and the size of it is exactly the same for the doctors, which I find that weird. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really don't have any theories about that or whatever. Maybe if I read the description of those costumes, I'll probably see something, but probably not. I don't know. I don't know. It's odd because it's exactly like the Torres. Oh, why is it only two?
Emotions.
Oh, that means it's a standard, right? Yeah. It's this girl. Forgot her name. chef. Dude. I figured out what I'm gonna do. Hopefully this works. I don't know how well this is gonna go. But I'm going to go for her first because of the promise I made. And I would love to go for her weapon after, but I can't. So it will be her first, Varka's weapon, and then Klee's weapon. But that's in a perfect world. That's not gonna happen. Realistically, it will be Klee. If I lose this fucking thing, I will be so tilted. But I think I still have more than enough time to get another gold if I don't get Klee the first time. So, yeah. But hopefully I just get it in one shot and that's it. Cause, dude, I can't. I like seriously can't. Especially if I lose and I get DeLuca, Jean, or Mona, that would fucking tilt me. I will be so tilted by that. Like extremely tilted. I don't even know why the hell they're in there. It's stupid, honestly. They should have just left it as Klee, Eula, Albedo, and maybe even throw in Venti. I don't know why Venti is not in there yet, but that's a whole different discussion. But yeah, that's seriously annoying. That half of the Chronicles is standard. That's stupid. But yeah, her and then Varka. I desperately want Varka, dude. If I got Cleve before, then I would just only be worried about Varka right now and his weapon. And then maybe I'll probably do a Chronicle or a Chronicle's weapon. Because honestly, Flynn's is really good. But him I could probably get on a different server. I'm not like in real desperate need to get him on this account. But yeah, honestly, dude, I'm kind of tilted from the last update a little bit that I did not get not one Iluga in 3 servers. It should have been 4, and I guarantee you I would have got a Luga, but because I have like, I think if I converted everything, um, close to 100 or maybe 100. Because I had some wishes, like already, in the wish form, but most of it is in the Primo Gem form. And in the wish form, I already have like 30-ish. But on that server, I'm not pulling at all because I'm saving for Nicole. I'm gonna try to get her and her weapon and then go for constellations. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, the other 3 servers, I did not get not one Iluga, which is crazy. I did get Zaibao on one of the servers, not this account, on another one. But yeah, the fact that I got Zaibao and not Iluga, not one Iluga, is like crazy. Cause even when I got Zaibao and I got 3, well technically 2 people, but it was Zaibao, it was where's this guy? It was double of him, and then the third one was hold on, did I skip them? Oh, it was her. I literally got all GLs. So I got one of her, two of him, and one Zaibao. And not one single Iluka. Like, what the hell, bro? Yeah, this is crazy. I still have not done anything for her, dude. But now since it's a new update, and all this stuff is here for a limited time, I'm gonna start leveling her up so I could do everything in one shot. But
Not if you try to hold them back.
but yeah,
Swept away.
it's pretty much everything.
By their unstoppable force. And if you try to ignore them entirely,
I'm pretty sure that
you'll
is
end up
everything.
tearing yourself to pieces.
Lohan, Varka. Oh, about the wings, because in the wings it also talks about that there's this egg that the Tsar was trying to fight, and then he never like was seen again. So it was there's like myths about him, like he died, he got trapped in there, he became part of the egg, etc., etc. There's a whole bunch of stuff that it says within the wings descriptions. But that's really not the point. The point is that assumingly, because my theory has always been that not Celestia in its entirety, because obviously they won the war in the funerary flames. It's obvious that they won. But the physical, like, one-on-one battle between Thanes and Nubelong, I think they both lost. And I've always thought that. Because it literally just makes no sense for him to be in this slumber for so long if he did win the fight. It just literally makes no sense. And the Archon War was basically almost a war that ended all of Tibet. And he didn't show up for that? Like, that doesn't make sense. But you know who did? Zhongli as their leader. So, you know, it just puts more truth into my theory about him being a Thanes during wartime. But anyways, yeah, so with me saying that, and then going back to Saibao and Kalambina, basically like the Three Souls type of stuff, I was thinking that another possibility, which is a little bit of a cop-out, because my main theory is Zhongli. Zhongli's contract would be, again, kind of like be the Thanes during a war, like a catastrophic type of war. And if Thanes is not up, then he would rule and be leader. But I did have this small other theory that maybe one of the Thane's three fragments, you could say, whether it would be body, soul, or spirit, maybe one of them could be Zhongli. And that will also explain how he's like so insanely goddamn powerful and he could do all this stuff. Basically, seemingly like he's above Shades. Which, in a way, it kind of does look like that. Because with the whole Zaibao thing, they basically freed a prisoner that a Shade purposefully put someone in prison because they basically defied Celestia's authority. And Zhongli, with the Traveler, just like broke him out. So But but yeah. But anyways, yeah, cause I was kind of thinking that because I still don't know because I know before I said this traveler and the sibling would be body and soul of Banes, but now I no longer think that because I think they're higher than Fanes and have true power. Because that's also another thing. I don't think Fanes has actual real power. I think he just used stuff from the spaceship, and that was basically the real power of Fanes, or quote unquote Fanes, or real quote unquote power of Fanes. That's what I meant to say. It was really just the spaceship. And yeah, he probably actually does have some power himself, but I don't think he has true power to literally, like, create and destroy and, etc., etc. Even the celestial nails, I'm pretty sure that was also made from the spaceship. Because most likely, the celestial nails is probably what's keeping Tevet's stuff in contact right now. Even though he uses those same, or Celestia uses those same nails to destroy the abyss and wipe out everything. But I also think those nails being in the sky in the first place is because it's what's keeping the planet in its, authority and shape and etc., etc. And it most likely was established after the War of the Funerary Flame. Because again, Nubelung basically destroyed almost everything. And he almost won the war by himself. So. But yeah, so that's what I thought. I thought it was the siblings. But now, no. And then I thought Danslif and Veroflanier, which still kind of makes the most sense to me. But then no, because why would his own fragments be the ones fighting each other? But then it really doesn't matter, because if he's in the abyss in this egg and it's corrupted, then that's most likely what Veroflanier heard was Thane's, and then he basically essentially became kind of like the voice of Thane's, and that's why he has all this, foresight type of stuff. So, I mean, I really don't know. But honestly, that's kind of what I still think. I think they're both represent things. And Danslip is definitely the body part. For Vedofanier, I'm not sure if it's soul or spirit, but it would definitely be one of them. And then as far as the third person, maybe there isn't a third person, because maybe the third person is inside the egg that's mentioned in the Not-Cry Wings. So maybe that's why there hasn't been a third person in Tevet yet, because it's just Fanes inside the egg, either recuperating, being reborn, or whatever it is. But Alright, let's, yeah, let's start doing this.
Where does flutter in our bag come from?
I'm ready.
Did we just blow in on the breeze? Oh, it's from the tone-deaf bard. Apparently, he wants to hear all about our adventures in Nodcry. Maybe we can get some tasty treats out of him in return. Come on, let's go to Star Snatch Cliff.
Bro, I'm telling you, I still think that, the reason why Venti doesn't have a second story quest is because his second story quest is the Traveler's Quest. Or the Traveler's Journey, not really the Traveler's Quest. And that's why I also think he's the third Descender. Because I think the Descenders represent, okay, well, not to get too off topic and start a whole religious talk or whatever, but because everything in the game is based on something either real or real beliefs or, you know, something real outside of Genshin, obviously, right? You know, Fontaine, French, Conria, Norse, Mondstadt, German, Imazuma, Japanese. So yeah, just like with stuff like that, right? And then even like the Archons, they have like the demon names and whatnot. And even the Shades, the same thing. Uh, the the first Descender, which is Fanes, basically implied to be like Lucifer or whatever. So with all that stuff, it made me think, and then I realized all Descenders are basically like their real life counterpart, you could say, is biblical references. Because Thanes is Lucifer, Nubelong is Michael, Venti is Gabriel, and then the Travelers Jesus. That's what I think. And with Venti, he basically just spreads the message of the Traveler. If you really think about it, that's what he does. And, you know, then he, you know, sings the songs of other stuff and spreads other messages. But since the Traveler has came, it's always been about the Traveler. You know, kind of like the same thing with Gabriel talking about Jesus. But again, this not to go into a whole religious type of thing. But that's just what I think. And that's one of also another of the main reasons of why I think Venti is never gonna have a second story quest. Because his second story quest is the Traveler's Journey. That's what I think. Oh, I forgot to do the trials. I could do it after.
Ah, welcome back, old friend. And how should I be addressing you these days? The honorary knight of Mondstadt? The Tumaini of Natlan? Or the great hero of Nodcry?
You know, now that he says that, great hero not cry, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit disappointed she didn't get a cool nickname. Cause you got Honorary Knight of Mondstadt. Um, what's the one in Leeway? In Leeway she gets a nickname. In Imazuma it's Captain of the Swordfish or something like that. Um, in Sumeru, First Sage of Boer. Um, Fontaine. Um, what was the one in Fontaine? She got a nickname in Fontaine, right? I don't remember. Pretty sure she did. I just don't remember what it is. But anyways, and then Tumani from that line, and then Not Cry is just great hero. We don't have this cool ass name like First True Moon Emissary or something like that, or first emissary of the Welkin. You know, something like that. It's just great hero, Not Cry. Like, dude, that kind of sucks compared to everything else.
Wow, you sure have your finger on the pulse. We've barely caught our breath since Not Cry, but it sounds like you've already heard about what went down.
News travels fast on the wind. But before I can turn your tales into tunes, I need to hear them from the horse's mouth. My wine and my lyre are at the ready. So please, traveler, take a seat and tell me your tale. Amazing! Incredible! The Rapier of Solnari and the Doctor? Truly a tale for the ages! So, I'm guessing the Wild Hunt is a thing of the past now that you've defeated the Rapier of Solnari?
Seems that way. We were kind of focused on dealing with the Doctor, though.
The Torre will make a return. I don't no. Let me lie, because I don't even know if it's really true. Because I spoke about this a while ago. Because that's when I saw it. Because apparently within the next couple months, he's supposed to be another boss again. And this time when we fight him, we actually fight him in front of Irminsul. And it's a completely different Dottore than we fought and Not Cry. So probably the real one. Since more than likely the one that had the excuse me, the one that had the Moon's authorities was a segment.
Well,
I don't
that's
know.
good to hear. Hey, now that the Northern Abyss calamity is finally resolved, Varka must be getting ready for the triumphant return of his expedition, right? I haven't seen him in the longest time. He must have so many stories to share.
Hooray! Paimon was wondering about that, too. He did call you Barbados. But weren't you still fast asleep back when he was in Mondstadt?
Let's call it half asleep. I was resting my eyes in the Thousand Winds Temple one day when I heard a commotion outside. It was a young knight who had journeyed there in search of trials and oracles after hearing some tall tales at the local tavern. In fact, all that awaited him were moss-covered walls and an angry ruin guard. But he seemed completely unfazed, laughing heartily as he sent the ruin guard's missiles flying off into the horizons.
Huh! They must have been making quite a racket if it was enough to wake up the tone-deaf bard.
Yeah, it sounded kinda like...
Hey! Is that all you've got?
Oh, Lohan.
Whoa, bring it on.
See?
Like
Dude,
that.
I told you he's a nutcase.
Giving up already?
Is he
You're
cryo?
not half as tough as Varka said.
A young Knight of Favonius trekking out to the Thousand Winds
Oh,
Temple in search of adventure.
he is. I
Oh,
never
now
even
there's a
noticed
sight I
that
haven't
before.
seen in a while.
The bard in green clothes. Does this mean... Oh, you're Venti? I was just wondering I was gonna track you down.
Oh, so you were looking for the tone-deaf bard? Strange place to start your search.
Hold on. Blonde hair, white hair. You must be the honorary knight. And Paimon! The Grand Master talks about you all the time. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lowen, Vice Captain of the 5th Company of the
Oh, it's
Knights of
Lohan.
Favonius
I thought it was
and
Lohan.
a member of the
Same thing.
Expeditionary Force.
I'll
Pleased
forget
to
and
make
not
your
call him
acquaintance.
Lohan again.
Oh, so you're part of the expedition, huh? Right. So that's why Paimon's never seen you around in Mondstadt. Hey, wait a second. We never saw you in Nodcry either.
That's probably because when the Wild Hunt was still running rampant, I spent most of my time out on my own, making mincemeat out of monsters. I barely went back to base at all.
Dude, you see?
Then, once the
You
Wild Hunt
see?
calmed down,
You see?
I got sent back to Mondstadt. Mixed blessing, if you ask me. Sounds like I missed out on some serious action.
Dude,
No wonder we
he's
never saw you while
so
we were dealing with the
bloodthirsty,
doctor.
man.
So, why did Barca send you back?
He is literally so bloodthirsty. How do people not see and make the connection before that he might actually be the one that's really truly connected to the Bloodstained Knight and not Varka?
Deliver some letters. There's one for the Knights of Favonius, one for the church, another for the Dawn Winery, at least 10 of them in total.
Jeez, how many people has he sent to deliver his mail now? Mika, Inefa, Lolan. He should just hire a full-time mailman already. In fact, he's earned himself a new nickname. Let's go with Sir Writes-A-Lot.
I'll have you know that poetry and letters were humanity's earliest means of expressing their thoughts. So, tone deaf or not, I wear the title of Bard with pride. And I consider Sir Writes-A-Lot to be quite a compliment.
Wait, really? Darn it! Maybe Paimon should come up with some harder-hitting nicknames for these two.
Anyway, since this young man has come all the way to the Thousand Winds Temple looking for me, I assume he must have a letter for me too. Am I right?
You sure are. To use the Grand Master's own words.
This one is for the bard in green clothes. These days, I think he goes by Venti. Doesn't really have an address as such. You could start by asking around in Mondstadt, or maybe try your luck at the Thousand Winds Temple.
I figured that since there was this punching bag here, Ruin Guard, I could get some practice in while I was at it. So, I came right here the second I got back to Mondstadt.
That Varka is so slapdash sometimes. It's a good thing we happen to be nearby.
Oh, he also said to remind you to write back.
Nothing in particular. Just some idle chatter between two drinking buddies. But if I'm supposed to write back this time... I'll need some time to mull over my response. Verka gave you a whole bunch of letters to deliver, right? Maybe you can head into Mondstadt and deliver the rest of them first?
My thoughts exactly. Assuming I can find the way. Hopefully the roads haven't changed too much since the pre-expedition days.
Well, why don't we have Mondstadt's honorary knight escort this homeward-bound wanderer to the city?
These guys were
I'm sure some of the
gone for
recipients
so
of Verka's
long.
letters will turn
They
out to be
thought
old friends of yours, too.
freaking Mondstadt went through an industrial revolution. Like, what the hell? Like, hasn't it only been, which is still a long time. But it's been, yeah, because the expedition started at the beginning of the game, so it's like 5 years. In 5 years, I don't think freaking a whole bunch of roads has been built.
Let's go! It's been a while since Paimon's done any guide work?
Thank you so much, Honorary Knight. And you, Miss Guide.
The Abyss. The Wild Hunt. Andreas? Get home safe, Varka.
Why do my ears feel so hot all of a sudden? Is someone talking about me?
Dude, that's crazy. Back-to-back quests that said that.
Surely there's no way
Hu
anyone found
Tao
the secret
said the
stash
same
of
thing.
cash in my office.
Hold on.
That would be
Wait,
terrible.
what? Secret stash of cash? Why he has a secret stash of cash? What the hell he be into? Huh. Okay. that honestly just threw me off. But anyways, what I was gonna say? Yeah, and when I did Lantern right, Zhang Li was talking about Hu Tao, and then it stopped, and then it went to Hu Tao, Chung Yun, the dude with the swords, I forgot his name, and then the girl with the little gooba. They were in one place staring at the moon because they were trying to see the whole frog eating thing. I forgot the name of it. But anyways, that's not the point. The point is that when the scene changed and it was the four of them, Hu Tao said the same thing about the ear. That someone was talking about her, which was true. It was Varka. I mean, not Varka. It was Zhang Li. And then Venti was talking about Varka, and then Varka said the same thing. This is becoming too common, almost like a coincidence. And you know how I feel about that in Genshin games. There is no such thing as a coincidence. Not Genshin games, Hoyoverse games. There's no such thing as a coincidence. That has a bigger meaning. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure that out. Cause that's the second time back to back it has said that. Back to back updates. And yeah, I know that's like an old saying. There was also another saying. When someone's talking about you, and you have a feeling that they're talking about you, like you feel something else. I forgot what it was, but it's happening 2 updates back to back. 2 very important people also. Hu Tao is very important to Li Wei because of her lineage, and Varka is very important also because I'm pretty sure of his lineage, probably being connected to Boreas. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, and then that secret stash, I don't know. That's also another thing.
Grandmaster, bad time to get distracted. Watch out! Enemies approaching!
Huh? Oh, it's just a few stragglers. They're no real threat to us. This expedition is almost over. We just need to deal with these final few targets, and then we will make our triumphant return!
Oh, we literally. Nice.
Stormwind!
I should have did I should have did the trial first. Dude, this feels so good, man. It looks kind of clunky, a little bit, but like actually fighting and like feeling the fighting, it feels so good.
Without the rapier of Sonari to direct them, it seems like all that's left is their primal urge to destroy.
If this is all that the Wild Hunt can muster now, surely the Lightkeepers of Nodcry will be able to deal with what's left.
Just like I thought. What we should be wary of now is...
Grandmaster, based on Lightkeeper intel and our own reconnaissance, one of the suspected targets should be just up ahead.
Good. You know the drill. Stay here and stand guard. Leave the rest to me.
Yes, Grandmaster!
We meet again, Andreas.
Ooh, damn.
So, you've returned from Mondstadt. Don't you want to see what it looks like now? I was planning to take a look around there myself. Perhaps you could be my guide.
What's this? An echo from 1,000 years ago? Everything seems normal so far. Here's hoping I'm just overthinking things. There are 2 other places to check. Maybe this will all go smoothly after all. It's your turn, my friend. Come, Andreas!
What the
Although,
hell?
for returning to your old home, perhaps Andreas is a little too ostentatious. Might be better to go by...
Boreas.
No, wait, no, no. Wait. Wait. Wait, wait. Wait. The person who gave the name Boreas should have been the first angel. Okay. Okay. We're gonna have a problem. Because when you go and not cry with the last place that was released, and then you go to the area where the wolves are, which is also near the Mondstadt camp, and then you do all that stuff, and then the secret palace thing appears, and you start reading the documents, and then you see a mural, and then it basically shows an angel that was there with the wolf, and then in the books that you could read within those same places, it was the woman that was there, which most likely is the first angel, that she named the wolf Boreas. So why does it show? Why can't I?
Huh?
Okay, hold on. Oh. Uh-oh. It's not letting me show the voice lines. Well, that's fine, because we literally just heard it anyway. It was the Wandering Knight. That it was Andreas, and then he came out and told Andreas that he should be called Boreas. So what is going on with that?
Injustice, corruption, iniquity. Is the surface world still as wretched and foul as ever? Answer me. Heir to the knighthood of Boreas.
Dang, it looks cool as fuck like that. That
Looks
looks
like I'm
pretty
not getting
cool.
out of this without a fight.
Oh, now are we going back to
That's where
Mondstadt?
things stand with the
Dude,
expedition. The victors will be
that's
returning home
unbelievable.
soon, so make sure
Hey,
to
that's
stock
alright.
up on wine for the celebrations. P.S. I hope everyone's keeping up with their daily training.
Bro, she
I'll be
needs to
testing
become
you
a
all when I
knight
get back
already.
to make
It's
sure no one's
crazy how she's
regressed.
still not a knight. That's
P.P.S.
ridiculous.
I wrote individual letters for each and every one of you. Don't forget to write back.
That's all.
Everyone gets one? Wow! Sir Writes a Lot is really living up to his name.
I guess the Grand Master must have something specific to say to each of us. Even I got a letter, and I'm not a real knight yet.
Jean? Oh, yes. That's our Grand Master for you.
By the way, anyone know where I can find the cavalry captain? I have a letter for him as well.
You mean Kaya? He said he was meeting a friend from the church at the Angel's Share. Allegedly for work. Said he was exchanging intel. But I'd say there's a 50-50 chance he's just there for a drink.
Paimon bets there'll be lots of familiar faces there. How about we deliver Kaya's letter? And these are there too as well!
Really? Oh, that would be a great help, thank you.
Our thanks to you too, Lowen. The other knights will help distribute the remaining letters. You've had a long journey. Please go get some rest.
Great, but I won't be resting just yet. I have one last letter to deliver to Wolvendom. This one, I was planning on delivering personally. I heard that another challenger recently passed Boreas' trial. Well, with any luck, that wolf might be willing to reveal himself to me, too.
Oh.
Very well, but please remember to show respect to the local wolves.
I will. Goodbye.
Man, he's truly gonna become the new Bloodstained Knight if he passes that.
Grandmaster offered lots of advice in his letter regarding my recent assessments. I didn't think he'd spare a thought for that kind of thing in the middle of an expedition. So, Honorary Knight, if you have the time, do you think you could help me out with my special training?
She should probably just go visit Skirk. Imagine. Oh my god. No, actually imagine.
He wants to test me to see if my
That's
skills
crazy.
have regressed? I still
Dude,
haven't forgotten how he
Noelle
went
has
easy on me last time.
such a
I'm
strong
assuming you must have
amount
seen
of
him going all
pure
out before.
raw power
When the time comes, you'd
that
better
if she
keep an
was
eye
to
on him
train
for
with
me.
Skirk, shit, that would actually be crazy. She will probably rival Varka, no lie.
Ah, the Grand Master. The archives are filled with documents awaiting his review. I'm not letting him run off again until he's finished dealing with every last one. On another note, have you spoken to Jean? I hope she'll finally be able to relax a little once Varka returns.
Okay, where is Denver? Oh, there they go. Oh, I forgot about Mika. Oh, there's a sneeze. I feel it. Okay. The sneeze just turned into a yawn. But watch, I already know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna end up just sneezing randomly. That always happens, dude.
The Grand Master wrote in his letter that the Boom Blossom bombs we sent worked really well. He wants to know if we've made any more.
Dude. Oh my god, I can't believe Klee is in there. That's funny.
Okay, we'll deliver these letters to the
Ay, ay,
Adventurers
ay.
Guild and the Cat's Tail. You can just handle the ones for the Angel share.
The expedition is finally wrapping up. Oh, I hope the maps I made on our way there are good enough to get them safely home.
Honorary Knight, you're still here? Is it that obvious?
Huh? But Fark is coming back. The situation in Nokrai is stable. Surely things are looking up.
True. From what you and Lowen have told me, the expedition has indeed accomplished its strategic objectives. It seems that Mondstadt no longer faces any threat from the perils of the North, be they the Wild Hunt or the Doctor. And yet, for some reason, I can't help but recall something the Grandmaster said to me before he left.
If I don't make it back from this expedition, you'll have to assume the mantle of Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius. If it comes to that, remember to train the next Knight of Boreas in my stead. I've planted some promising seeds in Mondstadt, but they still need time to grow. Some have yet to master the art of social interaction. Some don't yet understand that they too need protecting. And some, well, some might not even want to be a knight yet. What's wrong? Well, there's no need to frown.
How many
I'm going on an
people-
expedition, not marching to my death. This is all just a contingency plan in the event that I'm unable to return. Until I return, I leave them in your care.
Okay. Thought it was
The lineage of the
only
Knights of Boreas
Razor.
has nearly been extinguished twice in Mondstadt's history. The first wandering knight to claim the title arrived in Mondstadt 1,000 years ago, along with his wolf companion. He was as free as the wind. He left no succession plan behind. Even his name was lost to history. The title of Boreas could have disappeared from Mondstadt just as he did. But he had an informal disciple, a knight named Ravenwood, who admired the Knight of Boreas greatly. Ravenwood's valor and swordsmanship earned him the Wolf Spirit's recognition. When the old aristocracy tried to regain power, Ravenwood came once more to Mondstadt's defense. From then on, the title of Knight of Boreas was passed down from generation to generation within the Knights of Favonius.
Wolf spirit? You mean that big blue wolf in Wolfenden?
Correct. As you may already know, the Wolf of the North is the surviving spirit of an ancient god, and the Knight of Boreas serves as an intermediary between him and humanity. Lupus Boreas, who had never known what it meant to love, came to understand it through the journey with his human companion. In the end, he chose to allow his power to become one with the land. This was once a well-known tale in Mondstadt, but these days, few people are aware that the starting point of the Wolf King's journey was not Mondstadt, but Nodcry.
He set up from the royal court of Sealy. Wait a minute. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, for a second, I thought, I thought they were implying that, the human was the one who set off from, but that would have made sense because, again, it would have been the angel. And it might have been the first angel, and assumingly might have been Nicole. Which, honestly, dude, I feel like it sounds right and it should be right, but I'm just getting flashbacks of Lygus from Star Rail, and it made so much sense for him to be Rupert the Third, and then he was just Xandar. So deep down is making me question, what if Nicole isn't the first angel and all of us got it wrong again? But I really don't know. We could worry about that another time. But yeah, okay. When she's saying he is talking about Boreas, yeah, because for a second that threw me off. I thought it was talking about the human.
You don't seem surprised. Did you sense something in Nodcry? Once again, you do us proud, Honorary Knight. The great Wolf King of the North came here from Nodcry. Although he doesn't like to speak of his past. In fact, he rarely shows himself to people at all nowadays.
You know
As
what I
such,
just realized?
this tale can only be found deep within the Knights of Favonius library. Even among the Knights of Favonius, few are aware of it.
Not to go off topic, but I wonder that if you didn't do the quest that unlocks the secret mural and it talks about Boreas and the angel that raised him or whatever, I wonder if the option that I picked, he settled from the royal court of the Sealy, that wouldn't have appeared. Maybe it would have just been the first option, or it would have been a completely different option. And the reason why I say that is because, which I didn't even know this, but I didn't know this because I didn't skip the Penacony story. What the last Penacony story. Because apparently, if you skip the last Penacony story, the one with Dahlia and Gopherwood about the order and propagation and all that stuff, if you skip it and you go straight to Plan Arcadia, and when you're talking to Yao Guan, and Yao Guan talks about the Trailblazers, like fortune thing, like the little stuff that like flies above their head, when she could read like their fortune, I guess, that it doesn't show up. And then you could choose 3 options. But if you didn't do the last Penacony story, then it's only 2, not 3. Because the second one that shows up is or the third one that shows up, it talks about that I've seen Terminus. But again, if you didn't do the last Penacony one, then the option that says I've seen Terminus doesn't appear. Which I didn't know that. Which is a pretty cool detail. And it actually shows that they've put so much thought into the story. Which also makes me think, in the future, if you don't do certain stuff, there might not be certain dialogues that appear. That's gonna be a very, very, very big part in the future. And I feel like they're doing that purposely because of the 2 timelines that's overlapping simultaneously. I could get into that theory another time. But it's just it just makes me think that in this game, if you didn't do the mural thing like I mentioned earlier, I wonder if the second option doesn't appear, and then the second option is a completely different sentence. Because in this game, they also kind of do the same thing, but it's really with World Quest. I'm not sure if they've done it in an Archon Quest or Story Quest. Because I know if you don't do some of the things at Not Long, and you decide to do the Not Cry thing, like where the Scions live, there's a part when you had to become like those Kubaki things, and then there's like a thing that like shows up and it starts talking or whatever, and then it doesn't say certain stuff if you didn't do the Natlon thing. But if you did do the Natlon thing, then it talks about the traveler being like the leader of like uh the 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 little dragon thing, that the little dragon was like a special dragon and stuff like that. So the dialogue is different. But yeah, I wonder if this actually changes.
The Grand Master didn't disclose any concrete objectives before departing on his expedition. I couldn't help but wonder whether it might somehow be related to Nodcry's Wolf of the North. I kept my speculations to myself, however. Sharing them would only spread unwarranted suspicion toward the Four Winds among the people of Mondstadt. You experienced the turmoil caused by Duval and the East Wind's actions for yourself. Surely you can understand my concern?
No wonder Varga wasn't clear about his motives. Is that what he was worried about?
Very possibly. He was probably also reserving judgment. Having heard about your experiences in Nodcry, I now suspect that the Grand Master hadn't yet ascertained the true identity of our enemy at that time. And as it turns out, the calamity born in the north wasn't an ancient god, but rather the Wild Hunt and the Doctor. I guess we were both jumping to conclusions. Yes, I completely agree. The tide can turn rapidly in times of battle. It's a leader's responsibility to prepare for every possible contingency. Even if his contingency plan never needs to be put into action, I'm sure the Grand Master is relieved to know that it's in place. Thank you for being such a patient listener. I feel much more settled after talking with you. If you have any spare time, would you mind stopping off to say hello to the other knights? I'm sure they have all missed our honorary knight just as much as I have.
That's the first thing I did. Oh. Oh, I remember. Yeah, Noelle did that. I believe it was Noelle who did that. Again, such raw strength and power she has. Imagine getting trained by Skirk. It would literally be crazy. Oh, you know what I like? This theme song that you hear is actually at the... It's actually over here. Wait, what the hell is this? Huh. That's cool. Alright. It's actually over... It's near the camp. Yeah, over here. But you have to go at night when they're already sitting here and what you call it, and drinking and singing, because the song that they're singing is the song that was just playing over here.
The incident in Nodcry? Don't tell me something bad happened again.
Dude, this conversation that these guys have, and Captain being #1, still #1, and I don't know, it makes me think. I wonder if they numbered the people, but
when you're mixing drinks in
no,
hot weather,
I don't know. I can save it for
pouring in
later.
cold water and add ice cubes. Then drain out the water before adding the other ingredients.
Just real quick.
How's that for a secret recipe? Maybe it's worth a little intel in return.
Yeah, just real quick. Because I was originally thinking that maybe it's due to like their potential level, I guess. So it was somehow foreseen, which I'm not gonna even get into any theories about that because I literally have no clue. I mean, I could theorize something, and it will obviously have to be with Piero doing magic and whatnot. But with like Conlabina being number three because she becomes the moon's, the true moon, and then the doctor, the same thing, but with him doing like artificially, and then of course, the captain, he might be resurrected, and then the thing that Conlabina was talking about with the missile steam could be related to which is related to Project Stuja, but that could also be related to the captain, like resurrection. Yeah, I saw a video on it. I'm not gonna go through the whole entire thing. It was a pretty interesting theory though. That maybe the captain would ascend to like a godhood level that rivals the Torre and Kalabina. And then that's why he's still number one. Because it's due to like their potential limit. But I don't think that's the case. Because I honestly truly believe by the ending of Genshin, I think Child is gonna be the most powerful person born from Tibet. That's what I think. I think he's literally going to be up there and rivaling Shades, Skirk, Sinners, Descenders, Nubalong, Nuvalet, Columбina, and stuff like that. And honestly, I think he might be stronger than some of those people. But that's just what I think. So, as far as it being like the ranking is because of potential limit, I don't know, honestly. And I don't think it was originally like a power scaling thing also. Like what I mean by that is like when they first recruit people and they test their powers, see how strong they are, how smart they are, etc., etc. And then they did the rankings like that. I don't think it was like that either. Because if it was power, then how the hell Rooster, of all people, is top 5? That makes no sense. And Scaramouche is 6. Even Signora, even Child. I feel like Child is stronger than Rooster. So, I don't know. I really don't know how the whole scaling thing works. Or the rankings work. But anyway, that's besides the point. I just wanted to mention that. Oh, speaking of rankings, I wonder, I severely doubt it because this is Mondstadt related, and I think the 10th Missing Harbinger will probably be revealed during Not Cry. I mean, not Cry, during Cesnaya. Maybe it will be hinted at like a little bit earlier before we go to Cesnaya, but like the reveal of who it is and whatnot will most likely be in Cesnaya. But, just throwing, spaghetti at the wall and seeing if it sticks. Uh, Hopefully, we could see it a little bit earlier. Maybe even this quest, which I really doubt it. But yeah, I would like to start learning a possibility, a real possibility. Who could this 10th missing harbinger be?
Please.
Because I know the
I've known
popular
that little
theory
trick
is
for a
the
good
Luke's
10 years at
father,
least.
but
You'll have to offer something a little more substantial if you're serious about
I
trading.
don't see.
I know there's no one
that.
else in the tavern right now, but do you two really need to talk so loudly? Especially if you're supposed to be exchanging confidential information.
Hiya, Rosaria! D-Luke! Paimon knew we'd find you here.
Looks like it's about to get even noisier.
A little liveliness never killed anyone. Traveler, Paimon, what brings you our way?
Please allow me to once again express my sincere condolences regarding your late father and the incident with Eric. We make absolutely no excuse for his crimes. I hope you will give some serious consideration to the question I asked you before I left, though I'm sure you're tired of hearing me ask by now. The Knights of Favonius will always welcome you.
Not another question.
From the look on your face,
Which
I'm
never.
guessing the Grand Master is still refusing to drop it?
Oh, hopefully they say it. Because it was never explained. Because when you first do the game, or when you first start the game, there's what you call it. There's like this conversation that's had. It's right after when the lyre is stolen, and you run into the bar, which is this place, with Venti to hide. And then Jean appears, and then when Jean and Diluc is talking, Jean basically almost slips up and calls Diluc boss. Which makes no sense because Jean is acting Grandmaster. So why would she call someone else boss? Unless if Diluc was secretly the real acting Grandmaster somehow. But I don't know. It was just never really explained. It was just an awkward moment, and then they just moved on from that. So hopefully, with this conversation, it explains what
He
it
nags
is.
like an old man. It's hardly surprising.
Huh? Drop what? What's this about?
Yes, please.
Nothing,
please.
really.
God.
Before leaving on the expedition, Varka came here to chat with me over a drink. I failed to avoid him.
Oh.
He,
yes.
asked me if I'd consider rejoining the Knights of Favonius.
Okay, what else?
And I declined.
There has to be something else.
He expressed his regret about everything that happened,
okay.
and asked me to reconsider. That's all there is to it.
Bro.
Yeah, right. Sounds like you skipped a lot of details.
Thank you, Paimon. Thank
Whatever
you,
details
Paimon.
I chose to omit are in the past. Dragging them back up now
You know
serves
what?
no purpose.
You know, when I was doing, and first of all, how dare he say that? Because if he was to tell the truth, watch it will be something so crazy, and it will lead into something else, like gigantic, that we probably never even thought about. But him saying that, how dare him? He got some damn nerve to say that. Because I have a very strong feeling the truth would reveal why Jean basically almost called him boss. Or maybe she did call him boss. Either or, the same thing. Which, again, she's supposed to be acting Grandmaster. But anyways, another reason why I stopped it, besides him just being blasphemous, how dare he say something like that to a lore enthusiast like myself? But yeah, when I was doing Lantern right, um, it's like Paimon, she wasn't in her not cry ways, which I was so happy. And what I mean by that, because in Not Cry, the first time we met Nicole, and Nicole was talking, Paimon and Varka was consistently cutting her off and basically telling Nicole to get to the point, which infuriated me. I hated that. That drove me so goddamn crazy. But for Lantern Right, with stuff about Zybal and all the other stuff, Paimon never once basically told the person to get to the point. Paimon actually did the opposite, and she asked the person to give more information, which was good. I love that they did that, and now she's doing it again. So hopefully this is a consistency from now on, and she doesn't pull that crap what she did and not cry. Varka still might be the same, who knows? Because we haven't seen anything else like after with him in it, especially with lore talking related stuff. But Paimon, she's not in her old ways or her old not cry ways, which I was so happy to see. And like I said, she's doing the same thing now, which is good.
You say that now, but back then, you couldn't let it go. You and the Knights of Favonius were
Yes,
constantly at
Kaya.
odds.
Yes,
I
I
wasn't
am
seeing the full
loving
picture.
this.
I've had a lot of time to reflect since then. But my answer remains unchanged. I'm not rejoining the Knights of Favonius.
Okay, there's
Both the
something
Grandmaster and the
else.
acting Grandmaster are too upright and honorable. I can't see the shadows that lurk beneath them due to the size of the organization they lead.
What does
They
that mean?
need someone on the outside to keep watch vigilantly.
And why?
If I had a Mora for every time I've heard you repeat that argument. I actually don't disagree with the first part of what you said. But don't you think someone can keep tabs on things from the inside?
That is very true, because you could get more information from the inside. Especially if you think people from the inside is the actual problem. You could basically do like a Trojan horse type of thing. But anyways, yeah, that was a little weird when they were talking about, well, when he was talking about, the, shadows that lurk beneath them and blah 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 blah. And then it started showing the chandelier above. It's a little weird.
When you join an organization, you're bound by its rules, no matter how free it may seem on the surface.
I mean, you could always betray.
You think so? Never mind the Knights. Have you honestly ever been bound by the rules of the Church?
Good question. Have you considered that maybe that's why I chose to join the Church and not the Knights to begin with?
Are they arguing or not? It's kind of hard to tell. Oh, kind of like the contingencies Jean was talking about. The more ways they have to protect their home, the better. Huh? Traveler?
What should I report back to the Grand Master on? Let me think. Public order inside the city, monster activity in the wild. Oh, and a review of the latest vintages. I think I'll leave it at that.
My
Oh, I
reply
didn't
won't
even
be a
need to
long
do
one,
all that.
as usual. I'm sure Varka won't be surprised.
Yeah, I didn't even need to do all that. I could have just talked like this. But yeah, that was a little odd, dude. It showed upwards and it showed this, like the chandelier. I don't know, bro.
If you hadn't
I
had to
don't know,
deliver
man.
that guy's
I'm probably
mail,
just
you wouldn't have been
overthinking it,
subjected to all
like
this
always.
tedious arguing. When I write back, I'll tell him to quit making trouble for other people.
It's no trouble. Roland did most of the work. We just volunteered to do the last leg of the journey. Mostly so we could come say hello.
So you see what's really going on here? All three of us fell for that old rascal's scheme far too readily.
Huh? Scheme? What do you mean? Was Varka lying in his letters then?
No. While I'm sure Varka knows full well that Diluc would never agree to rejoin the Knights, I believe the sentiments he expressed were genuine, as was his offer to welcome Diluc back. There are people like Kaya and I, and then there are those who are true champions of justice to the core. Those people are the most susceptible to being driven to extremes by great upheaval. It's happened in Mondstadt before. Not only that, but it happened to a Knight of Boreas. That'll really hit home for Varka. And that's why his nagging is even more persistent than usual. Yeah. So no one's told you this before? The lineage of the Knights of Boreas had nearly been extinguished twice in history. The first was at its inception. The second was the case I was alluding to.
Oh! Wasn't Jean telling us about this? Wait. And then we got caught up talking about the expedition, and we never got around to the second time.
I happened to hear about it from Varka once when he was drinking and started yammering on. The second crisis in the Knights of Boreas lineage. It was 500 years ago. Although the Knights of Boreas are meant to be intermediaries between humans and wolves, in practice, very few of them have been truly recognized by Lupus Boreas over the past millennium. Of those who have, the best known are the first Knight of Boreas, Ravenwood, the wolf pup Rostam, and Varka himself. But 500 years ago, there was one who earned the respect of Boreas even before gaining the title. He was a disciple of Rostam. They thought he would become the mightiest Knight of Boreas who ever lived. He was the perfect knight. Righteous, principled. His name was Roland, the blood-stained knight.
Nice. Yeah.
Yikes! Bloodstained Knight? That sounds a little ominous.
Well, apparently his original title was the White Knight. But he lost countless comrades during the Abyssal Calamity 500 years ago, including his tutor and mentor, Rostam. The endless bloodshed stained his sword and armor a crimson as deep as black, transforming the White Knight into the Blood-Stained Knight. After that, he threw himself completely into battling monsters, leaving Mondstadt and the Knights of Favonius behind. To this day, no one knows his final whereabouts. It's hard to say whether the loss of an important figure in his life is what drove him to the point of obsession, or whether he was already too far gone to save. But had he known that the Knights of Favonius would always welcome him back, perhaps things would have turned out differently. So if you want my opinion, the reason why Varka keeps asking Diluc to rejoin, despite knowing that he'll never say yes, is to let him know you're not alone. After all these years, he's still as persistent as ever. Just like how he used to be with me.
Huh. Turns out Varka's a lot more thoughtful than he lets on. Paimon had the wrong idea about him. Anyway, there's still something about this whole Boreas business that Paimon isn't really getting. Wasn't Andreas a god in Mondstadt thousands of years in the past? If so, why did Jean say that Boreas and the Wandering Knight only arrived here just 1,000 years ago? Plus, Paimon's super curious about what happened to Roland.
I honestly never even thought about that. Huh. Yeah, if he was a god that was here thousands in the past, they only arrived 1,000 years ago. Yeah, it also doesn't make sense because when you read the same thing that I was talking about earlier with the mural, the angel gave him the name Boreas and then he fled south. Or not really fled south, he left to go south. And then that's how he ended up in, no, he fled to go north, not south. Wait. No, it wasn't north. He went somewhere. I think it actually, no, it might have been south. Bro, I'm about to go back to that place and reread that thing. But anyways, he left, and then eventually he went to Mondstadt. So that would have been around the time of the thousands of years ago, not the 1,000 year mark. But if he's connected to the moon, like all wolves are, somehow. And honestly, I'm probably just thinking that because, you know, in real life, stuff is always usually a connection, wolves to the moon and whatnot. And especially German folklore stuff. That's also a big thing. And werewolves and whatnot. But so far, there hasn't been like a real werewolf type of thing in Genshin. Even though I'm pretty sure we might see one, and it could be the lineage of Farka. Possibly. That's what I think. But if they are connected to the moon, maybe it could also be a moon emissary. Because remember, Zaibao said that it wasn't all angels, it was humans and even non-humans. So, and you know, anything connected to the moon, it could get complicated. It could be like a past, present, future type of situation. Just like what it was with Kamabina. And sorta like Zaibao if you kind of think about it. Because when she went to stop the Celestial Nail and then got trapped by Ishroff and was shattered. Like it stopped showing Zabao's point of view and it went back to like her village watching her first go to the moon. So it kind of implied the whole past, present, future kind of thing. It was a long thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if the same thing with Boreas. So maybe that's what it is.
Great idea! Gene said he hasn't been showing himself much lately, but he always seems happy to oblige whenever you show up. Let's go!
Did I say the same stuff?
What should I report back?
Yeah.
Public order inside the city? monster activity in the wild?
Alright.
What's going on here? Was Wolfendom always like this? Paimon has a bad feeling about this. The Wild Hunt? What are they doing here? Watch out!
Oh, damn.
Be free!
Strike a pose!
Oh, God.
The mystery unravels. It all adds up. Can't hide the truth.
Oh my God, dude. Ay, ay, ay.
It all adds up.
I can't believe it never died. Ay, ay, ay. Dude, I need to freaking level up Calamino. Lord.
There better not be more Wild Hunt monsters!
I also need to level up Aino. So I could just put Farina as a healer.
You scared Paimon stiff! She thought you were...
Stop right there! Answer me this. The 2 letters I gave you, who are they for?
2 letters? Wasn't it 3?
Okay. Well, Paimon's coolest naive expression doesn't appear to be an act.
Hey! What are you trying to say? Wait, what are you trying to say, huh? Huh? Paimon passed a test? Really? Huh! She didn't even realize she was taking one!
You may dispense with your suspicions. The Wolfpack has borne witness. They fought against the aberrations that encroached upon this land. And our attackers showed no ability to disguise themselves this time. Ah, a familiar scent. Come. I will await you at the
He
usual
sounds
grounds.
different this time also.
Well, if the boss of Wolvendom has vouched for you, I guess I should apologize for doubting you just now.
He don't sound the same. He sounds like when Varka was talking to the wolf spirit, and then the wolf spirit turned into Boreas, and then it was like an evil Boreas. That's kind of what it sounded like.
Sure was. Fortunately, my experience in Nodcry didn't go to waste. Turns out the Wild Hunt all feel the same when you stab them. They didn't stand a chance.
Dude,
Something
this
seems
guy
wrong with
is
that old wolf,
insane.
though. Go on. You should check on him.
Oh, well, yeah, it's the same. Oops, never mind. It sounded like the evil one, I guess.
Lupus Boreas, not injured. Why so weak? Am I not strong enough?
You are not to blame. With your Iron Claw, you successfully blocked their attacks. However, their assault went beyond the mere physical world. They followed my trail from the distant north across the ley lines. They sought to corrupt the territory I protect. But I shall not let them succeed without a fight. We meet again, human Lupical.
So, are you saying that the wild hunt we just got attacked by came all the way from Nodcry to Mondstadt? How is that even possible?
As you know, I stand before you as an incomplete being. I am but one remnant of the god Andreas' soul.
Okay.
The source of this turmoil. I can sense it.
I think I know
It lies in the north.
what's gonna happen.
It is the part of me that remains in Nodcry, from whence I came.
Huh? Now Paimon's even more confused. How can he be in two places at once?
Yeah, that's okay. So this is one part. The one that Varka was fighting is another part. And then more than likely the third person that's connected to all this, containing of, part of Andreas, is more than likely Roland. So then again, body, soul, and spirit. I think that's exactly what it is. He's one part, the one that Varka is fighting is the second part, and Roland is the third one.
For many gods, housing a part of their soul within an object is no difficult feat. But those who can perform such delicate partitions as this are rare, even among the gods.
It doesn't sound that much rare. Sounds like all the moon people, or moon-related people,
was particularly adept
does
in
that.
this art. Otherwise, no remnants of his soul would have survived till the present day.
Huh? The bard's back?
Told Bard? What are you doing here?
Maybe the god of Animo guided me here. For it appears that someone is in need of a tale from the distant past. And our wolf friend doesn't seem too keen on recounting it himself. Who better than a bard to do the honors? Lord Boreas, do I have your blessing to share this story?
As you wish.
Lupus Boreas wandered the frozen tundra and stumbled into the Sealy Hall. Enchanted by their song, tender as the dawn starlight, and curious
that's the
about the
mural.
ways of humankind,
Yeah.
the wolf bade farewell to his home and set off for the city to the south.
Oh yeah,
As the
it
high
was south.
tower crumbled and the fierce winds fell silent, Lupus Boreas, who once had hunted with the storm winds himself, looked within and inquired, was the
hold on.
shelter he provided for humanity really any different from that given by the reclusive king in his tower?
Okay, I took a screenshot. Alright, we can continue.
The wolf entrusted those under his protection to a new god and quietly returned to the frozen north. There, in a palace long since abandoned by its former master, the great wolf closed his eyes and slept. 500 bitter winters passed, then 500 equally frigid springs. He slumbered undisturbed until a night stumbled in from the cold, just as Lupus Boreas had once done at the Sealy Hall, and awoke him at long last.
So
The
he
knight
came,
asked
he left,
the wolf
he
to
went
join
back, and
him
then
on a
left
journey
again?
south, to see once more the land that had all but faded from his memory. The gentle wolf, unwilling to refuse the human's earnest plea, split his soul into two halves and left his home once more.
I have screenshots.
Seeing how the ice and snow had given way to verdant plains, hearing the laughter and song that now filled the once somber city, the aging Lupus
Why do I
Boreas
feel like
turned to
there's
his
still a
friend,
third
the
part?
god of
I
Animo,
don't think it's
and
just
remarked,
2.
"So, this is the world the humans dreamed of." Though the knight's journey was not yet over, the wolf chose to bid farewell to his companion here. He had written the end to his story. What knowledge he had been gifted flowed into the land. Everything he was, he gave unto the world. Well, that's how a bard would tell the tale. Lord Boreas, is there anything you'd like to add?
There is no need for you to ask that question.
So that's what happened. You returned to Mondstadt with that knight 1,000 years ago, and then, for the sake of the new Mondstadt, you...
You need not feel remorse on my account. That was my answer, my decision. If anyone should feel regret, it is the part of me who remained in Notcry. I fear Andreas has not found peace in his heart even to this day. That is surely why those vile aberrations were able to exploit his weakness.
I'm telling you, I think it's probably gonna be revealed that there's gonna be a third part of them. I'm pretty sure it's Roland.
But we followed Boreas' trail in Nodcry. We investigated and discovered no signs of instability.
Andreas should still be slumbering by the lakeside. Perhaps all the recent turmoil in Notcry has had unforeseen consequences. And there's more. I detect another familiar scent from across the ley lines. A scent that reeks of blood.
Oh, the White Knight who became the Bloodstained Knight? The mightiest Knight of Boreas? But wasn't he from 500 years ago? You think he's immortal or something?
I remember him as just a man. His lifespan should be no longer than any other of his kind. But before he severed his connection to Boreas, his final destination, it was the ancient kingdom of Conria, as you call it. Beyond that, I know not if he lived or died.
Conria. Why the hell did he go to Conria? Well, he was so bloodthirsty to fight the abyss that would have been heaven to him to go to Conria and fight the abyss. Because that's basically where it sort of erupted from. Because of damn, what's the king's name? The king with the traveler, or the traveler's sibling, and then of course the 5 sinners. Then it got worse with them. But how did he even get to Conria though? To even have the night of his life.
If you want to get to the bottom of this, I'm afraid you'll have to make another trip to Nodcry yourselves. As luck would have it, another old friend of ours just so happens to be free right now. If you ask him nicely, he might give you a lift. That could save you a lot of time on the road.
No wonder I can suddenly sense the east wind's presence.
If even Mondstadt has been affected by the fallout, Nodcry must be in real trouble by now. I hope Varka can handle it.
Varka? Is he in danger? I
believe too many passengers would slow our dear friend down. I fear he only has room to carry one person, along with perhaps a diminutive companion.
Alright, wish it could be me, but I accept that we should send our strongest warrior to fight Nodcry's battles. I'll stay here and deal with any wild hunt that try harassing Mondstadt. It'll be a good chance to try out some new moves.
Yeah, okay.
I stay in Mondstadt too. With Traveler's help, Varka will be safe.
Razor, give me your iron claw. Golden-haired traveler, give this token to the current Knight of Boreas. It is a wolf spirit. It contains my power and thoughts. Though I have given him a piece before, this should bring him new strength.
Yeah, the traveler's not strong.
The
Holding it
Dominator
with
of
one
Wolves
hand.
once bestowed the power of his soul upon his pack, strengthening their hearts and sharpening their claws and fangs.
But human hearts and flesh cannot bear the soul of a wolf directly. It would be akin to forcefully merging a human and a wolf into one being. They would descend into chaos. To prevent the entanglement of souls, the most I can do is temporarily house my power and thoughts within claws and fangs wrought of steel. Although, truth be told, that knight does not lack for power. What he needs more is the thoughts within. But I shall leave this for him to explain. The Great Wolf King of the North remains strong for now. Besides, do I not have the protection of my Lupacol?
I will protect Lupacol. The North and Varka, I leave to you.
Just give me the word whenever you're ready.
I can read Varka's letter. I will try my best to write a reply.
A wolf's claws make poor instruments for writing human words. But that token will suffice to convey my thoughts.
I sure didn't expect my experience fighting the wild-hunted Nodcry to come in handy back here in Mondstadt. Almost makes me wonder if this was the reason I was sent back. Also, how come that bard knows so much, and what was he doing at the Thousand Winds Temple? Well, whatever. I don't really care. As long as I get to do some fighting. I'm looking forward to trading blows with Lupus Boreas when he's fully recovered. I bet he'll wipe the floor with me.
Okay. This guy is a problem, bro. We need to keep an eye on him. He is just as dangerous as Klee is. Right? He's something.
Any questions before you set off? Better ask now. You'll probably have to hit the ground running when you get to Nodcry.
Oh, nice. We
The
can
root of
ask
this
him
turmoil lies with the remnant soul that Andreas, Dominator of Wolves and God of the North Wind, left in Nodcry. He once left Nodcry and braved the blizzards to confront the God of Storms and claim the right to rule. Yet even as the tower fell, he chose to abandon his claim. Instead, he returned to the north and slumbered for 1,000 years, before finally journeying back, under the name of Boreas, with the first Knight of Boreas to witness the new face of Mondstadt. When the wolf spirit could no longer maintain his physical form, Boreas chose to pour his power into the ley lines. With that, he became the North Wind of Mondstadt as he is still known to this day. Any questions before you set off? Better ask now. 500 years ago, Roland seemed destined to become the mightiest Knight of Boreas ever to have lived. But he was too pure of heart. He believed firmly in his own ideals of chivalry, vowing to eliminate all injustice from the world. But the world had never been perfect and pure, nor would it ever be. Neither his mentor, the wolf pup Rostam, nor the Grand Master, known as the Lion of Light, could persuade him to temper his obsession. But what was the scent that reeks of blood that Lupus Boreas sensed? And what is its connection to Conria and the Abyss? Perhaps you will uncover the truth in Nodcry. Any questions before you set off?
I am so
Better ask now.
dumb.
You'll probably have to hit the
Wait,
ground running when you get to
no,
Nodcry.
I'm not. Because I was about to say, he probably went to Conrio because of, this guy, Revere. But during that time, he wasn't even in Notcry. Because then he tried to go into the Moongate to save, this girl, the Lindis. But then she went in and then it closed and then he got like corrupted with power and then that's how his hair turned into white. And then eventually he walked through the Abyss gate leading to wherever the hell it led to. But I'm pretty sure I didn't go straight to Notcry. It probably went to where the other sinners were. More than likely. But it's a possibility maybe it did go to Notcry. Because maybe the Abyss Gate that all 5 of them went through probably went to their specific place where they could become even more powerful. Maybe. That's probably how, now that I think about it, that's probably how Rhine-Daughter found the soul of Nibirius and ate it. Which still makes no sense. I don't even know how the hell that's possible. But that's a completely different subject.
The soul of a wolf is as unyielding as ice, and Andreas is a master of molding and shaping it. His people once drew great strength and wisdom from the wolf spirit. But human hearts and flesh cannot contain the soul of a god. Attempting to place the wolf spirit in a human vessel would slowly devour their sense of self, even if Lupus Boreas did not intend for that to happen. That's why Lupus Boreas developed the technique of imbuing weapons with his soul. It is his way of blessing his human Lupical with the wolf spirit's protection. In fact, there is an ancient song that tells this tale. A weapon once of common iron, now through friendship turned divine. Twixt man and wolf a bond was made, a power born within the blade. As much as he might claim not to accept humans, his actions sing a different tune. Oh, but keep that little observation between us, will you? Any questions before you set off? Better ask now. You'll probably have to hit the ground running when you get to Nodcry.
It's also pretty interesting that he mentioned this. Human hearts and flesh cannot contain the soul of a god. Again, that brings the question, how the hell did Rhine-Daughter eat the soul of Nibirius? Because in a way, if you think about it, the Shades are gods. But, I don't know. And that's also good to know in the future, because I'm pretty sure there's probably going to be something. But, because I was thinking that Roland probably is this secret third part that's probably going to be revealed. But with him saying this, well, I don't know. Maybe if he is the secret third one, it's probably because the other wolf blessed him. Possibly. I really don't know.
All right. Over to you, Dvalin.
We just gotta wait and see.
The Knight of
Oh, you know
Boreas
what I just
awaits below.
realized?
We
Now that
must
they
part
mentioned
ways
Conria,
here. Barbatos
I
and I
wonder
have
if we're
other
gonna
plans.
end up going to
We will
Conria.
meet you again later.
Like in one of those like little domain type of things, like we did before. Huh. But I don't know, I probably doubt it. I think they're probably just gonna say, I think they're just gonna say stuff related to Conria. I don't think we're gonna go to like a little Conrian domain. I need to be careful because the last time they did this, bro, I hope Nefer did not just die with me doing that. I will be so tilted. Because that happened before.
It's...
Haha! Reinforcements! It's about time!
And Paimon too!
We're just about hanging in there. Most of their grunts are taken care of now. Their leader's gonna have to make a decision soon. Fight or flight? What will it be, mightiest Knight of Boreas?
As expected, this hastily summoned Wild Hunt horde is nothing but a disorganized rabble. A mere shadow of the forces gathered by the Rahir of Solnari. But they have served their purpose. I now understand your tactics, and you, in turn, understand mine. This is fair. This is the way of chivalry. Farewell, heir to the knighthood of Boreas. Whether you choose to resist me or not, I shall set right the injustices of this world. In the name of the blood-stained knight.
Guess they're retreating for now.
So that Wolf of the North lookalike, that was Andreas? But why would he be leading the Wild Hunt? And why was he talking about the Bloodstained Knight? Ugh, forget that. We can save the details for later. He was the enemy boss, right? Are we just gonna let him get away?
Ah, there's no point chasing after him. We've crossed blades already, and it ended in a stalemate. Right now, there's nothing we could do about him.
Why does she have dendro power? Oh, I'm dumb. Because when she first came down, it was like a green flash of power that killed the Wild Hunt. That's why. I'm dumb. I forgot. Yeah, because I think the power that I have currently on the Traveler is Pyro. But I forgot it was part of the cutscene.
We're still not certain of his true identity, but whether he's a god corrupted by the Abyss or a legendary knight, killing him might be just about possible, especially now that you're here. The difficult part is, we can't kill him right now.
Huh? What do you mean? Is he immortal or something?
No. Judging from our skirmishes so far, I don't think he's got any special abilities of that caliber. Nor does he have the ridiculous level of power wielded by the Five Sinners. But, compared to Rerir, our current foe clearly has a better understanding of how to exploit Nodcry to his advantage. Particularly when it comes to Andreas' remnant soul. Exactly. Sounds like you realize what the crux of the issue is. I managed to cut off a sample from our foe, which Albedo and Durin are analyzing as we speak. Meanwhile, our other allies should be making their way home from their own battles by now. Let's discuss this further when they're back. We still have some big challenges ahead before this expedition can finally be declared a victory.
The blessings of the heavens do not fall impartially.
Oh, Yehoda.
The meeting's probably gonna be in the biggest tent, right? Looks like a bunch of people are there already. Why don't we go chat with them?
Hey, good to see you again. Oh, Boss Neff asked me to pass on a message. She went to
that
see
a Neff
Lauma
I
and
also see?
Columbina at the Frost Moon Scions. Apparently, there haven't been any changes to that space the Rahir of Solnari's in.
That means the recent wild hunt attacks have nothing to do with Rere, right? Ooh, that's a relief. Paimon doesn't fancy facing him
Dude,
again.
I still
They're
think.
keeping a close watch on it just in case. With so many
Well-
moon experts on the case, we're in pretty safe hands, huh? Oh yeah, Lauma and Columbina asked me to pass on a message too. Focus on the enemy you are facing. The moon will protect you all.
Excuse
You
me.
know something? These Knights of Favonius are paying me a pretty nice sum to deliver a few simple messages. Oh, Varka's a generous guy.
Because I had the theory that, when, well, obviously I was wrong, but before, you know, I was going through the quest and I beat the quest, the theory that I had that it was bad for us to send Revere to the Moon Gate, because possibly he could be sent on the outside, and with him being sent on the outside, another sinner could interact with him and then come back to Tibet, and there could be two sinners were fighting. That did not go as planned. But what if there's a possibility of someone going into the prison Revere is in and freeing him, and then still two sinners coming back to Tibet? But this time they're just not fighting against us. They're just coming to Tibet for whatever the hell. Probably Vedafanir's second stage of plans, I guess, or whatever. Because I'm pretty sure he's the leader of the sinners now. So. And he's probably manipulating all these situations.
Short distance propulsion module on cooldown. 15 minutes until next departure. Switching to chat mode. Hello there, Paimon, traveler. Varka placed a sizable order with the Clink Clink Krumkake craft shop. Aino is hard at work producing the strategic reserve, while I am handling the deliveries. Secondly, I am also here to attend the meeting in her place.
Huh? Flins! Paimon thought the Lightkeeper's rep would be Iqua or Nikita.
You're quite right. However, Itlua and Nikita are both busy organizing the Ratniki's region-wide response to the recent attacks. And since I'm well acquainted with everyone else here, I was the one they recommended to attend the meeting. Sometimes you don't get a choice when there might be consequences down the line.
Okay, that's a nice way of putting it, I guess. Alrighty.
Hey, Honorary Knight. Looks like pretty much everyone's here. Oh, Beto and Durin are just wrapping up their analysis. You want to wait for them here? Great. While we're waiting, could you update me on the situation in Mondstadt? And that's where things stand. The Wild Hunt is no longer under the Rahir of Solnari's control, but it has been reborn from the ashes and is now launching widespread attacks. Intel from the Frost Moon Scions and the Curatorium of Secrets corroborates this. No disturbances have been detected in the space where Rere resides. What we are facing here is a completely new foe.
Summarizing current situation. To confirm, the present leader of the Wild Hunt is the creature resembling a wolf. Andreas, god of the North Wind.
More precisely, it's the external will that has seized control of Andreas' spirit, namely Roland, the Bloodstained Knight.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. I'm completely lost. Isn't Roland some Mondstadter from like 500 years ago? How'd he suddenly get wrapped up with a god from 1,000 years in the past and the present-day Wild Hunt?
Allow us to explain that part. Are you familiar with compensation mechanisms? When an organism sustains damage, relevant tissues will undergo changes to offset the loss of function. For example, when one kidney is damaged, the other will be strengthened to compensate. Or, when a main artery is blocked, the collateral vessels become more active. Similarly, when the Wild Hunt lost their leader, the Abyss harnessed the memories that flow throughout the ley lines to fashion a new one, fit for the present circumstances. That new leader is a mirror image of Roland, the Bloodstained Knight.
Whew. So wasn't the real one? Damn. Well, I mean, I guess that now I think about it, that does make sense. Because even when you see Roland, and he has his armor or whatnot, but he's like all like blacked out, like if he's a shadow. So that kind of makes sense.
Right. No matter how strong the compensation is, it will never quite match the functionality of the original organ. The Roland replica can't possibly imitate Rerear's overwhelming power, nor his ability to disguise himself as others. So, the Abyss made use of the connection between Roland and Boreas to compensate for this lack of power.
The replica corrupted and took control of Andreas as he slumbered by the bank of Eimsvartnir, ultimately manifesting as the giant beast that you all witnessed. However, exactly why the Abyss chose Roland to mimic, and indeed how it was able to do so, remains unclear.
I guess he must have gotten caught up with the Abyss or Nodcry somehow during his wanderings through Teyvat. But we can keep those questions on the back burner.
Okay, Paimon gets all that, but what did you mean when you said we can't kill him right now?
We can't kill him right now because a dead god may prove more dangerous than a living one. From intelligence gathered during the expedition, we have reason to believe that the power released when a god is felled can have catastrophic consequences for us mortals. Worse still, the wrath that remains after a god's passing becomes a source of endless turmoil. Once god remains contaminate the land, they will persist for thousands of years. This land has already been ravaged by the Wild Hunt. If we add god remains to the mix, it'll be like adding salt to an open wound, placing everyone who lives here in perilous danger.
Query. While I can indeed find records of disasters caused by god remains in my database, there also appear to be cases of gods dying naturally with no ill effects. In that land, the passing of the Pyro-Archon's flame is a common occurrence throughout history, and even the part of Andreas who remains in Mondstadt has experienced death once before, has he not?
Great question. Glad you asked. Honorary Knight, you said Lupus Boreas gave you a token to pass on to me? Please, present it now. It should help explain things faster. Come forth, Boreas!
This form has come to the end of its time. I'm afraid I can accompany you no further on your journey. My soul will fall into silence and my power will flow into the ley lines of this land. Perhaps this is all that a wolf can hope to do for humankind. Do not grieve for me, for this is the end I have chosen. Instead, remember that one day, your wandering too must come to an end. Where and when shall that be? A final wish before I slumber. Sing me a song. That melody you so often hummed in the taverns.
You saw it too. You must have keen powers of perception. Not that it surprises me. That was Boreas' final thoughts before merging with the ley lines. It's the reason Mondstadt remains unharmed by his god remains. In his final moments, he made a choice to give everything he was to the ley lines. All to protect Mondstadt from harm.
Sounds like Andrea spent thousands of years searching for his place in the world, too.
Yes. And now our task is to return the answer he found, the decision he made, to Andreas' heart. Only then can he break free from the corruption and control of the Abyss, and make that decision once more.
I see. I would say that planting thoughts inside the mind of a god sounds a little far-fetched, but since it was his own wish to begin with, it sounds feasible to me.
Wait, we already have a perfect solution? Then why are we even having this meeting? Let's go do this thing!
Ha ha ha. If only it were that simple. Unfortunately, this one thought alone is unlikely to be powerful enough to break through the Abyss's control and reach Andreas' heart. We need to find a way to make the thought within this sword stronger and more resilient.
For now, Boreas needs all his remaining strength to fight against the abyssal corruption to Mondstadt's ley lines. He can't afford to send us any more of his power. However, since his form was unstable during his journey with the first Knight of Boreas, many wolf spirit fragments were left behind along the way. If we can collect those fragments, we can use them to strengthen the decision to merge with the ley lines.
So we need to retrace his steps and look for random fragments? But they could be anywhere between Nodcry and Mondstadt. It'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack.
You don't need to worry about that. There's a few fragments left to gather in Nodcry, but apart from that, most of them are already inside this sword. I've been collecting them during the whole expedition.
Huh? Wait, really?
I mean, it's an expedition, not a stroll in the park. Each step of the way, we've been hard at work planning for every possible contingency. Not just the wild hunt in the Abyss, but ancient gods remaining in Nodcry.
Sounds like this plan was a long time in the making. It's almost as if you foresaw the future.
As a matter of fact, I did. I caught a glimpse of fate's reflection. But I can't take credit for it. It was all thanks to the help of a few friends.
Yeah,
Still,
that's the Hexen Circles.
all I foresaw was that an abyssal calamity was brewing in the
specifically.
north. Had I known more, we could have saved a lot of energy. Instead, we've had to make best guesses, prepare for every possible scenario. If all that preparation went to waste, all the better for it. But anything that proved useful, we knew we'd be grateful for down the line. Sure is. Just one crucial step remains. We need to gather the last few wolf spirit fragments scattered around Nodcry and use them to make the thought within this sword as strong as it could possibly be. According to what Boreas told me before we left Mondstadt, his form was at its most unstable at the beginning of his journey. That means the fragments here should be the most powerful ones. But of course, we've been tied up fighting battles since the day we set foot in Notcry. First with the Wild Hunt, then with the Doctor. So, it wasn't until recently that we were finally able to confirm the status of the Wolf Spirit fragments. We now know there are 3 left to find.
Okay, so 3 more mini expeditions to go.
I managed to gather 1 fragment before Roland reappeared. I also have a confirmed location for the second, which I'll take care of in short order. As for the 3rd fragment, we've identified a general search area to focus on, but we'll need all hands on deck to pinpoint the exact location. The final snag is that since our foe is a replica of Roland, he too will be aware of Andrias' history. He's sure to try and sabotage our plans by any means at his disposal. So everyone needs to bring their A game.
With our foe being from Mondstadt, it's our duty as Mondstadters to defeat him.
And since the Wild Hunt is involved, the Lightkeepers will provide their full support.
The Clink Clink Krumkake craft shop will also help in any way we can.
So what do they need me here for? Wait, I think maybe I signed a contract at some point. Didn't exactly scrutinize it though. I mean, who actually reads those things anyway, right?
Ah, great. Knew I could count on you all. Lastly, our friend from the Curatorium of Secrets will provide intel and relay battlefield communications. Looking at you, Yehoda.
So, you'll be darting back and forth across the battlefield, dodging the Wild Hunt and the shadow of an ancient god. I'm impressed by your courage, Miss Yehoda.
Rating for Yehoda updated. Higher quality ingredients will be used to prepare your future meals.
Darn it! I should have known this payday wouldn't come that easy.
I'll deal with the second Wolf Spirit fragment, which we already know the location of. The moment you make any progress with Fragment 3, be sure to give me an update. Traveler, could you join me in retrieving Fragment 2? I have a feeling that your unique constitution might come in handy. All right, time is of the essence. Let's move out, people. Dismissed!
Speaking of contingency plans, I now recall that Varka also made a contingency plan when he asked me to deliver that letter. Perhaps I should ask Aino to prepare some additional backup modules for me.
Remnant fragments of an ancient
She's
god,
hiding her face in the
thought
corner.
stored inside a blade. Maybe I'm overthinking this, but I suspect there is more to Mr. Varka's plan than what he's revealed to us so far. Then again, the enemy can harness the Wild Hunt to spy on us wherever we go. As our commander, I'm sure he has his reasons for choosing not to tell us everything.
Yehoda, you dummy! You took the stupid job of your own free will! Oh, crying isn't gonna get you out of it.
Ay, ay, ay. Why am I doing all this? I could literally just do this.
Didn't you say Fragment 2 was supposed to be right here? Where the heck is it?
Seems like we've run into a slight hindrance. Can I leave this to you, Honorary Knight? Traveler, Paimon, when this is all over, I'm gonna invite you around for a drink of...
Whoa, whoa! Stop thinking about Mondstadt's wine and keep your head in the game!
Wait,
Would you be daydreaming about alcohol before a battle?
Huh? Well, all right, just trying to lift our spirits a little. You want to see some photos I took of me and the knights before the expedition, maybe?
Shut up, shut up, shut up!
Jeez.
Just focus on finding the wolf spirit fragment?
Bro, what the hell? Oh. Okay, fine. Yeah, I almost made that too complicated.
Is this what we're looking for? What do we do with it?
I once got Boreas to explain to me how he stores his soul inside objects. All I need to do is transfer it to my sword. Just like back at the camp, but this time, you'd best step back a bit, just in case.
So, you're saying you don't know how to love people, and you don't understand human love either.
Why do you laugh?
Sorry, I just think the fact you're ruminating on this is all the proof you need that you have love in your heart. I have a funny feeling that by the time this journey ends, you'll have found your own answer to the question of how to love.
No, you're wrong. There is no redemption at the end of this path. Even if I am stained black with blood, my conscience will remain as white as snow. If pledging allegiance to the Abyss is the only way to sever the injustice of fate, then I shall serve in its name.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sure enough, this place has been corrupted by Roland's will. Whew. I'm fine. I was prepared for this. It wasn't enough to pose a serious threat. We got here just in time. The fragment hasn't been fully corrupted yet. Assuming we can undo the damage, it should still be usable. Purifying the abyssal corruption would definitely be a safe approach. But that's not the only reason I wanted you to come. Could you try reversing the corruption? Not purifying it, exactly, but separating out the Roland part from the wolf spirit.
So, keep the Roland part intact as well as the wolf spirit part? Why would you want to do that?
Firstly, to test whether it's possible. And secondly, to view Roland's memories. As they say, know thyself, know thy enemy. Understanding our foe is our surest path to defeating him.
Yeah, that's a first.
Let me think. How was it explained to me? Ah, yes. Focus on a single thought within the 1,000 winds. Capture that unique wisp before it blows away.
Yeah, even I have no idea what the hell that means.
Actually, neither do I.
Alright, well.
Sounds like something a certain tone-deaf bard would come up with when he can't think of anything meaningful to say. Wait, don't tell Paimon that's what actually happened.
I thought it might mean something to you. Never mind. I'll explain it in more human terms. Traveler, when you were in Natland, you went fishing for ancient names, correct? If I'm not mistaken, the Night Kingdom was like a river flowing with concepts, and you were trying to capture the concept belonging to a particular ancient name. I'm thinking the same basic principles should apply here.
Okay, but back then, we had a bow and a net. This time, we don't have anything at all.
This wolf spirit fragment is like a puddle compared to the Night Kingdom. No need for a boat. As for a net, this is what I've heard.
Thoughts and emotions are like interwoven threads. They can create a net, or they can create a rope. They can separate love from hatred, and they can bind objects and events together. Thought is the anchor for a being's existence, through which emotions are drawn forth.
Also, we barely know anything about Roland. How are we supposed to use thoughts to anchor him?
Well, maybe you could try this.
What is it? It looks old and tattered.
It's an unsent letter, written by the wolf pup Rostam, Knight of Boreas, from 500 years ago. It was meant for his disciple, the White Knight, Roland.
How the hell did he get that letter?
After Rostam lost his life in the Abyssal Calamity, Roland left Mondstadt to wander to Vat. Grandmaster Arundelen had wanted to deliver this letter to him. But trying to track Roland down was like chasing a shadow. He never did find him. And so this letter has been sitting at the Knights of Favonia's headquarters ever since.
That makes sense then.
Quite the antique then. But how exactly is it supposed to anchor Roland?
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure.
Hey, what happened to Mr. Plans for every contingency? You're just making this up as you go along.
What can I say? Some people like to wait till they've got all their ducks in a row before taking the first step, but I prefer to dive on in and plan as I go. I've been doing it that way for the whole expedition. But anyway, don't they say that poetry and letters were humanity's earliest means of expressing their thoughts? Can't hurt to give it a try, surely.
Can I actually read the letter? Oh, I guess not.
Whoa, it actually worked?
You really are making this up as you go along.
So the assimilation of souls really can be reversed, just like he said.
If what you say is true, the monsters I've slain, the justice I have sought to uphold, for mortals to escape this tragic fate, there's only one path. A great and ancient kingdom was wrongfully cursed, turning its inhabitants into monsters. The code of chivalry tolerates not such injustice. If Abyss be thy name, I pledge to you my loyalty.
And that is where the blood-stained knight's tale came to an end. With that, he bade his humanity farewell.
I recognize that voice. Hold on.
And that is where the blood-stained knight's tale came
That's
to
better
an
for
end.
you.
With that, he bade his humanity farewell.
That's better for Near's voice. Yeah, I recognize that. But this actually makes sense, though, of why he joined the Abyss. Because if he figured out the truth about Conria, and these people wrongfully cursed, which I kind of agree with, but even though they should have punished some people, but that I'm not gonna get into the whole thing with Conria. We're gonna be here forever. But yeah. And if he found out that the monsters he was fighting were actually just innocent people, then yeah, it basically wasn't upholding chivalry, if you want to put it like that. But why is Betafonier saying this? Like, if he's reading a story. But honestly, why should I be surprised about the story part if I'm pretty sure he's married to Alice? Hmm.
I dare say you must find it quite ironic.
Yeah.
Knight of Boreas.
Yeah. That is 100% Betafonier. 100% without a doubt. But, why is he showing up as eyes like that? Well, besides his regular eye, because obviously that's the Conrian eye. But all these other ones, they look like kind of like Renova. But hers is red with like the X and stuff. And his is blue. Yeah, but why those eyes don't mimic his Conrian eyes? Why does it have like the star in it? Man, this is crazy because I was literally talking about Conria early. I wonder if I'm also probably gonna get lucky and they probably talk about the 10th Harbinger also. I don't even want to press auto, just in case if he says some other stuff. Oh, well. I guess not then.
That eye. Dainsleif? No. It bore a striking resemblance, but that wasn't him. While we gazed into the past, he was gazing right back at us. Could it be?
Betafonier. Yes. Dude, I'm such a
So
damn
that's what
genius,
happened.
dude.
After leaving Mondstadt and wandering the land, Roland ventured underground and saw a revelation from the visionary. Once he had learned of Conria's fate, he saw the gods' judgment as the greatest injustice. So he surrendered himself to the Abyss, giving them his knowledge, his power, his everything. That's why the Abyss can replicate him.
Uh-oh. Does this mean we have to take on the Visionary this time?
You know, that would be crazy. that would be wild. But I don't think that's gonna happen yet. Honestly, to be truthfully honest, he might be the one sinner we actually don't fight. Which it should be Rhindaughter, because she's a shade and a Hexa circle. But I don't know. I don't think we're gonna fight all the sinners. I think the ones that we're gonna fight, obviously Varir, because we already did it. Skirk's Master, we're definitely gonna fight him. Most likely with Child. And probably kill him. And the mage, not Rhindaughter, the other one. Shit, what's his name? It starts with an H. The one that everyone assumes, including myself, to be Pierre's brother. I think we're gonna fight 3. I think we're gonna fight those 3. Because I don't think we're gonna fight Rhyme Daughter. But in the world that we do, we'd definitely fight her first before we fight Vedofenir. Because honestly, I don't think we're gonna fight him at all. But I could be completely wrong. Especially with Danslif trying to run around and hunt the 5 sinners. Which I wonder what's up with that. Is that gonna be slowly changed now? Because if he agreed to work with Ether, and Ether activated the Atlas thing and then New Conria's build, then would it really be necessary to still hunt the sinners? Possibly. But anyway, that's... You see where my mind starts going once I start thinking certain things. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, with me also saying this stuff. Because I know before I was saying that I don't think Thanes has real true power that he could like take over a planet, rebuild the planet, make shades, make you know, like the visions and moon wheels and etc. etc. Like do all this stuff to create like a power scale type of thing and having like a rulership with it. I don't think he's that powerful. And obviously he used the spaceship with the siblings in it, and that's how he did some of that stuff. And then also when he quote unquote recreated new things, which was literally just like copycats if you think about it, because the original, I guess you could say, shades were literally the moons, because they did the stuff on Nubelong's behalf, exactly how shades do their stuff on Fane's behalf. So again, they were like the moons were the first ones, and then the shades. Moon wheels was even though that was during the time when Fanes did come to Tibet, and it was Fanes and the moons that created the moon wheels, but you know, it's still pre-visions, and the visions are literally the same copies of the moon wheels. And then the Irminsul tree, and then before you had a sample the mill device. So it's just like little stuff like that. Like he always just recreated the same things that was already there, just did it like a little different, and then just called it a different name. But it's basically all the same stuff. So with me saying that, and with Vedofenir convincing Roland to join the Abyss, and then Varka coming out and saying that he did this, and then that's how he got Roland's power, and then currently that's how the Wild Hunt is able to use Roland's memories to do all this stuff and whatnot. So it's like Celestia copies the same thing, does it a little bit different, and it calls it the same name. But they're literally just copying the same thing. And the Abyss literally does the exact same thing and doesn't have to change it at all. They're just like a corrupted version of that person. Man, that's really... Because I'm also still thinking about, from even earlier today when I was talking about some of the theory stuff on YouTube, and I was talking about Venti being the third descender, and him opening the gates of Celestia, then the Hymns of the North talking about opening the gates with the Tsar, but then with the wings, it's the same story, but it's different. And with the different parts is the important parts. It's not like little tiny things are different. Like it's revealed in the wings that it wasn't Celestia, it was the Abyss. So with me saying all that and thinking all of this, I'm honestly starting to think that the Abyss and Celestia is basically one of the same. And there's really not that much of a difference, honestly. It kind of reminds me, like in the last Archon quest, when Durin, I was about to say Venti, when Durin, Wanderer, and Albedo was outside the Torre's like little prison thing, and they were trying to create like a crack so they could break into it, and then that's when Wanderer saved the Traveler, and then the Torre didn't recognize Wanderer's face, which I'm still surprised to this day about, but that's a different discussion. But anyways, while they were figuring out how to break into it to free the Traveler, Albedo came out and said that the Light Realm energy and powers is the same as the Dark Realm energy powers. They both come from the same place, and they both basically are the same thing. The only thing that makes it different, like if you was to put it in a prism, one would reflect off the other one, if that makes sense. So even with him saying that, and the powers basically being the same, I'm really starting to think that Celestia and the Abyss is literally the same shit. That there might actually be no difference. Yeah. I think that's exactly what it is. Because if they're already talking about Vetofenir, that means they're probably gonna go into more stuff within this quest about Conria and Vetofenir and the Abyss. And I'm pretty sure it's really gonna start showing that they're basically the same thing as Celestia.
I'm inclined to agree. If our enemy could see the future, both the Wild Hunt and Roland would be acting with far more lethal precision. But even without the Visionary's input, Roland still has an intel advantage we can't afford to underestimate. Every minion of the Wild Hunt serves as Roland's eyes and ears. We need to think one step ahead if we want to outmaneuver him. And on that note, I have a plan I want to discuss with you. Well, the fewer people who know, the less likely it is to get leaked. Besides, it wasn't a fully formed plan back then.
Oh, we don't even hear his plan?
That about covers it.
Okay, well.
Sorry to ask so much of you again. No plan is free of risks. At least this one actually gives us a shot at fully eliminating the danger posed by this ancient god. Surely that's got to make the risk worth taking. If I fail, Anselm and Albedo can take the reins. Not to mention we
Who
still
the
have
hell is
Jean and
Anselm?
Mondstadt.
Who is that? Who is Anselm? I've never even heard that name before. I never even seen an NPC in Mondstadt with that name. Who is that? Is this gonna be a new character in the future? Just like how we think Greta is also gonna be a new character in the future? Bro. Alright, well. And so, I'm gonna completely forget about that. But I will remember that he mentioned a new name. I'll just forget the name. But yeah, okay. Well, I literally never heard that name before. It reminds me of the one that I just said, Greta. And Greta is mentioned by Amber in the Dragon Spine event that happened, I don't know, well, not last update, the update before that, or maybe the update before that one, I don't even remember. But, alright. Two new people to, look forward to, I guess.
If only there were. But I don't think our enemy will give us enough time to find one.
Man, and Lohan is supposed to come
Yehoda.
out. Jeez.
Yes, we've successfully retrieved the
Damn,
wolf
so
spear
basically
fragment here.
potentially
Any
3
progress with
new
fragment
Mondstadt
3?
characters? Shit.
It's a total disaster! More wild hunt monsters than I've seen in my whole life! We need backup urgently! Come quick!
Come on, we're out of time. You'll just have to trust me on this one. What can I say? I'm not the Grand Master for nothing. I'm counting on you, Honorary Knight.
Okay. I think I should I change my team? Actually. I probably even can. Oh my god. Okay, well, whatever. Oh, alright. Hold on. Let me... Oh. Do I... Hold on. Oh, actually... Yeah, because I don't know if some of these things... Wait, no. I think... Yeah, okay, all of these weapons I have refinement 5. Yeah, because I just want to make sure, like, none of them is not, like, the white tassel or, like, the other stuff that I don't have at 5. Yeah, but all of those I got at 5. Honestly, I'm gonna just do this. Oh, not that. It's faster just to do it like that. Oh my god, dude, I have Shenhe's weapon. Sijuin's. Well, that one I haven't even. I did put it on my Vuka. But then I got, the wolf, gravestone, I think it's called. The one that I was showing earlier. And the one that Varka was carrying around in the beginning of Not Cry. Even in the beginning of the quest, he was carrying around that weapon. Alright. That's fine. Alright, let's do this.
Yay! Playtime!
Okay, now we could just leave her as an actual healer. What time is it? It was 1:36. Alright, I'm ready.
Fill me in. What's the situation?
We ran into resistance almost as soon as we set off. Albedo said we should split into 2 teams and continue searching while he and the others kept the Wild Hunt occupied.
Good call. Locating the wolf spirit fragment is our key objective. I would have made the same decision.
Well, it seems the enemy figured as much too. Now, both search teams are in big trouble. Oh, I brought a map. This should make things clearer. Before we ran into trouble, this is the search area we decided on. The 2 teams are holed up here and here. They should have a clear idea of the fragment's location by now.
But the Wild Hunt is stopping them from relaying messages back, right? Do we have any more troops available to provide backup?
We can't spare troops from any of the fronts right now. That just leaves us with,
The logistics company is standing by.
Hanefa!
Designated drop point reached. Initiating situation report. The logistics company was assisting Aino with the production of the strategic reserve. But after learning of the situation on the front line, they requested to be dispatched immediately. They are currently nearby awaiting orders.
Amazing. Just in the nick of time.
Hey, seeing as you can fly and all, shouldn't you be the one out here delivering messages?
I regret to say that without the workshop's catapult, and with my short-distance propulsion module on cooldown, I will only be able to return to the battlefield after another 5 minutes. Please, keep up the good work, Yehoda. The logistics company has very limited provisions, only enough for a single battle. Which team should they support?
Both. Once one team has been rescued, the remaining forces will be free to support the other. We'll move out immediately. Yehoda, keep up the good work with the comms.
Sure thing. Leave it to me.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering what the hell. Alrighty.
It's a wild hunt! Come on, let's go help!
Damn. Some guy just got sent
Something's
back
not right.
flying.
The Wild Hunt's offensive doesn't seem to be getting any weaker as the battle goes on. Are they getting reinforcements from somewhere? Don't get dragged into the enemy's rhythm. Logistics company, scout out the area. Look for terrain we can use to our advantage.
Yes, sir. Reporting in, sir. We've identified viable sites for deploying explosives.
Good. Wait for my signal.
Logistics company, deploy.
That's pretty cool. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of a little bit of that Assassin's Creed thing.
Grandmaster!
Oh.
Honorary Knight! Thank goodness you're here.
I try to do
There's
the
no end to
jump
these
thing.
monsters. However many we kill, more keep coming.
But yeah, it reminded me of
They're about to
the
get a shock to the system.
Assassin's
We'll
Creed
wipe them out
thing with
faster than they can replenish their numbers. We just have to hold on until the logistics company
what's
is
that
ready.
thing called? I know it's like when your base gets attacked. Then you gotta set like the assassins up on the rooftop. Basically defend like your base.
Try to keep up. Showtime. Fall back.
Yes, sir.
Ready. Fire. The enemy has sustained heavy casualties. Should be a while before they're strong enough to pose a real threat again. Use this time to catch your breath and fill me in on everything you've learned.
Yes, sir. We've narrowed down the search area for the final fragment to this zone here.
That's not exactly very narrow.
Oh, I know it's
We
here now.
split the search area between us
And
the
Iluga.
Retniki. Maybe they'll be able to narrow
Bro,
it
I
down
keep
further.
calling him Iluga, but
Either way,
that's
I
not
was
how you
about to
say
go
his
lend them a
name.
hand next anyway. Do you think you guys can keep up?
Absolutely. Good to go, Grandmaster.
We've run right through our
Nice.
supplies. We'll stay here and deal with any wild hunt that tries to stage a comeback. Now that they've lost their numerical advantage, they're no match for us. Focus on supporting the other team.
Nice. I want to see what these things say, though. No, they say the same thing.
Ugh. Looks like the same situation here. They just keep coming, wave after wave.
Reinforcements. Hey, you keep them busy while we
Damn,
work
type
on
of
getting rid of
weapon
this
is
god-awful mist.
Understood. Everyone got that? It's up to us to
I
hold them
wonder if
off.
they're gonna give someone in
Yes,
the
sir.
future that type of weapon. Looks like that weapon from Berserk.
Huh? Shred 'em! Hey, they're running out of steam. Now's your chance.
Affirmative. Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's their source. It was hidden in the mist. If we destroy that, the Wild Hunt won't be able to summon any more reinforcements.
Shred 'em! A worthy adversary. Maria sweeping her!
Oh, bro, I missed.
Ooh, I'm glad that's
Oh, well,
finally
basically
over.
they all died anyway.
Brave Knights,
Alright.
on behalf of the Lightkeepers, I thank
The
you for
fight
your
ended.
assistance.
There's no need to be so formal. when it comes to the Abyss, we're all in this together. Now, please tell me everything you've learned.
Very well. We've narrowed down the search area for the final fragment to this zone here.
Yes! Now it feels like we're finally closing in on our target.
I'll say. We're sure to face fierce resistance from the Wild Hunt, though. Is everyone willing to keep fighting with us?
It would be our pleasure, Mr. Varka.
Much obliged. All right, the target is just up ahead. Move out!
Oh, this is right. Yeah, I remember this. Because this is... Wait, no. Actually, where is it? No, this might actually be it. Because I think this over here is the little tombstone thing. Wait, is it? I know there's somewhere here, not down here, but somewhere here that it was like related to someone's tombstone. I believe it was Roland's tombstone or something. And then you also will walk around and help these little places where like these wolves that were ghosts, and then you had to follow them back into the
hiding in the mist trick again. These guys must be
oh no,
easily amused.
this is a different place. Yeah, but
You all know the
it's
drill.
somewhere
the
else
Knights of Favonius
throughout
will
the
engage the
area.
enemy while the Light Keepers dispel the mist. Everyone,
Yeah, like you would
my
follow like
signals.
these ghost wolves back to the tombstone,
Yes, sir.
and then like other stuff will unlock and whatnot.
Light Keepers, prepare to dispel the mist.
Oh, nice. Bro, the light keepers not even just staying their ass over there.
On me.
Guys, forever.
Ugh, this Wild Hunt doesn't know when to give up. Traveler!
Mr. Varka, leave this to us.
Just like last time. Only a Knight of Boreas can deal with a wolf spirit, right?
Don't underestimate us, Grandmaster. We can hold our own.
Ha, that's the spirit. Stay on your toes and make the Knights of Favonius proud. Either we all march back to Mondstadt together, or no one does. The final fragment is right there. Don't let me down.
It seems you have collected them all. Knight of Boreas.
Yeah, and with no corrupted fragments or ambushes along the way. I have to commend your chivalry, Sir Roland.
A true knight does not resort to underhanded tactics.
I just realized,
Were this body
did
not a
the
falsehood
other
created by
Boreas
the
and
Wild
Mondstadt
Hunt?
have wings on the
Nor would I
side of his
countenance those
body?
monsters to taint our duel with their presence.
I don't
If
remember
you
seeing
need
that.
a moment to rest, take it. Victory will
Or
be
maybe I'm just
mine,
blind, and I literally just
regardless
did
of whether
not
the
realize
path
that
to it
before.
is the one I would wish for.
Save your breath. If you want to fight, let's fight!
As you wish. Then let us settle our unfinished duel, here and now.
Is everyone all right?
My granny fights better than these rookies. It's Egbert I'm worried about. You still alive?
For a moment there, I thought I might never taste the sweet wine of Mondstadt again.
Hey, stay put, you guys. Leave the rest to us.
Forget us. We can take care of ourselves.
You're the only one still standing. Honorary Knight, find the Grand Master.
We can't lose our Varka. Please, you have to find him.
You're holding back, Knight of Boreas. I can tell you do not wish to strike me down. This duel does no justice to the way of chivalry. I wield the power of a god, while you dare not swing your sword with true intent. If you continue on this path, you will die. Your plan is doomed to fail. How can a helpless lamb hope to tame the heart of a wolf, when the wolf has seen through the lamb's plan?
Ha ha ha. You're on to me already, huh?
Andreas's question, Boreas's answer, the means to bear a soul. I knew it all 500 years ago. Though the false path may be wide and welcoming, only destruction lies at its end. It is time to crush your futile hope!
Oh, alright.
It's over. Your sword lies shattered.
Bro, it's
The
happening
wolf
and it
spirit
even
and the thoughts you
go
blindly
up like
placed
that, so I
your
thought it was
faith in
probably a
have
hole.
nowhere left to dwell.
But I guess that was supposed to happen.
And pledge your allegiance to the abyss,
Holy
Knight
shit.
of Boreas.
Dude.
One day you will understand that the only righteous path for those of true virtue is the path of darkest truths.
For the next part, it's over to you. Outlander who caught the wind.
Outlander who caught the wind? Wasn't that the name of the very first Archon quest?
The sword is unbroken.
Wait, no. Is that the name of the
But
Archon
I can't
quest
sense the
now?
wolf spirit.
Or the update
Looks like
quest?
I'm no longer
You know
in
what I mean,
reality.
same thing.
This must be a space built from the entangled consciousnesses of Boreas and Roland. There's
I'll
no
check
way
after.
back. And all that lies
What
ahead
the
is the
hell?
wolf's maw. Huh. Guess the only way is through.
What are we in? What the hell, dude? What the fuck? I said a wolf small, but I don't even... Okay, but who is this though? Because you know in Fontaine, that gigantic, basically fossil now, is, damn, what's his name? Or what its name, not, his. Elena or something like that? It's like this gigantic, like, fossil in Fontaine. This kind of reminds me of the same thing. So what wolf is this? Because there's no way this is,
A Favonius sword? Who left this here?
Andreas. Dude.
Lonely warrior. Take me to see him.
Hmm.
On me!
No matter the epoch, the world is awash with corruption and injustice. I have aided the oppressed and righted many wrongs. I have slain sinners and delinquents. I have slaughtered tyrants and demons. But however mighty one's blade, before the great injustice of fate, a mere
I don't want to get
mortal
too close
can
because
but
I don't know if he's
bow
going to
their
stop her
head.
talking.
There is only one way to save them.
Who are you really trying to convince?
Yeah.
Stormwind!
Yeah, so I wonder if in the end, Roland actually fought and killed his master. I wonder if he beat, I don't know how you pronounce that guy's name? Rostrum or Rostrum? Which again was his master.
Is this the fairest shadow? It doesn't look like an imitation.
The title of Boreas must find an heir.
Alrighty.
The scent that reeks of blood appears to be getting stronger. Looks like I can just jump right over these obstacles.
Try to keep up!
Surprised there's no like little readables. But to be fair, the stories is through the sword, so it probably makes more sense that there's no readables.
No matter the epoch, the world is awash with corruption and injustice. Even the most fearless hero cannot fight what fate has ordained. And even the holiest god cannot escape the shackles that bind them.
Oh.
Lupus Boreas, if you still harbor love for humanity, then you must surely know. There has only ever been one way to save them from injustice. Surrender to the abyss.
Malicious lies!
That was interesting. Because when it was talking,
On me.
there was two words. It was love and I forgot the other word. But it was in red. But when the thing was talking, it wasn't. It didn't say the thing that was in red. So when it said shackles, I mean, when it said, when it showed the love, it actually said shackles. So it was different. And then with the other word, it was the same thing. It showed one thing, but it said something else. I wonder why. And isn't red assumed to be quote-unquote dangerous? Well, actually, that's what Silali said. Because in her whole quest thing, you stay away from red. Red is the color of, like, reality, and it could lead to, like, destruction and whatnot. And then even other stuff that I'm now starting to think of.
My old friend.
This is not where your path ends. You must continue on.
Now, that's really making me wonder. So, because I can't remember the other word, because I was just focused on love, that it just meant shackles. So, okay, this is gonna be a little thing, because it really has nothing to do with this particularly. But with them showing love, and it was in red, but it said shackles instead of love, it was making me think of that old theory that I saw, that there can never be two of something, which sounds a little complicated and dumb, but I will explain. So with Farina Fausalor, obviously Fausalor died. Then Nuvalet absorbed the power and whatnot. And the Farina was essentially free. So that's one example. Shogun and Makoto, that's another one. Zhang Li and his lover, Guazhang, or however you pronounce it. I would say the Traveler and Sibling, but I guess now we could say Traveler and Sibling, because I guess they're like so far apart, and then when they do meet each other, it's not really meeting each other. But yeah, I was always hearing that theory from before. That if there's always two, and they have a very deep connection, then it's like one has to die because the other one can't live. So they can never be two, it has to be one. Now you see where I was getting at? Of me saying the two and one? Or they can never be two, it has to be one. That's basically what I mean. For situations like Farina, Fossilor, Zhongli, Guazhan, etc., etc. For situations like that. And now with him saying what was supposed to be love, but it was in red and it said shackles, I wonder if that's actually a rule of Tevet through obviously the primordial one, because you know he came and fucked up everything. But anyways, if that's actually a rule that these guys established, or he established, Celestia in general, then that kind of makes sense of this two, like there can't be two, it always has to be one. That honestly starts to make sense. Because if you think about it, all forms of the examples that I was giving was love. Whether it's sibling love, love for itself, love of another, you know, and etc. And love is a form of, like, I guess you could say kind of destruction. Because if the word love was in red, and remember, well, I'm gonna just stick to Seilali, because I know there's other examples, but Seilali is the best one. Because when you go into that painting world thing, that you had to stay away from red, because it was, you know, destruction, it was the color of, like, reality, which could lead to destruction, etc., etc. So, if that will also apply to this, and love was in red, but when the guy was speaking, he didn't say love, he said shackles, then I think that's something in Tevet's rule through Celestia. And again, that's probably exactly why there can't be two, it has to be one. Because if there's two, then you're shackling, quote unquote, shackling yourself. Maybe they see it as possibly defying fate also. Which that's basically kind of like a no-no if you think about it. But even though there's so much examples of us defying fate, or helping people defy fate, but it's through the Traveler, and the Traveler is a descender, and the descenders could basically overwrite previous rules and whatnot. That's why I said the Traveler's sibling is a little bit different, but kinda the same. I literally never, because I always thought of it, but with them saying that, that's like, that really, like, really made me, like it actually clicked in my head with the 2-in-1 theory. like it actually legitimately makes sense now. Because it's seen as a punishment. And it's seen as like shackling yourself or shackling both selves. So for one to be free and break the shackles, the other one has to die. Damn. That's why there has been no happy endings. There's literally no love stories. Zhongli, Guashang, like I'm gonna stick with like relationship, things. Zhongli, Guashang, Signora, her lover, which was one of the old Mondstadt captains, which was connected to like Roland and Rostram and stuff like that. It's like he was one of the people during those times. I don't remember exactly who he was. I think it was the one that started with an A that they mentioned before, but I could be wrong. But anyways, yeah, there's that. Nicole, if Nicole is the first angel. But the first angel in the Voyager. What else? I think that's it so far. There might be other ones, but I can't think of them right now. But yeah, that makes sense. Because one died and the other lived. So they basically, quote unquote, broke the shackles. And they broke love. And now they basically stuck into like their fate in Tibet, if that makes sense. Huh. Dude, that's crazy. I wonder if anyone is gonna catch that. Or is everyone just gonna be so focused on Roland and Vedofenir that they're not gonna realize what they said about the two words, which I'm honestly a little bit annoyed I can't remember the first one. Because, like I said, once I saw love and it said shackle, that like puzzled me, and I completely forgot about the other one. But I do know there was one more. Damn, that's like actually like crazy. Like if you're a lore like freak like I am, that's literally insane. Like I said, I wonder how many people is actually gonna catch onto that of what they just said. That's legitimately crazy. Now, I wonder. But with them, these guys are also a little bit different. Because I'm still sticking with Vedofenir and Atlas. I've been saying that for months already, and I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. And even earlier, when Varka absorbed the soul after the Traveler separated the two, when it was Roland, and then he said that he is going to join the Abyss, then it was in question marks, which I knew it was Vedofenir, but I had to hear it the second time, and then it like clicked. I knew 100% it was Vedofenir before the name Vedofenir showed up. But anyways, with me mentioning that, when it was in question marks and he was talking, like he basically came out and said that it was like Roland's like story. Like if he was reading something out of a book or a fairy tale, exactly like how the Hexa Circles do it, especially Alice. And then of course there's like other stuff like here and there, like the foreseeing stuff. Yeah, that's the thing. I still haven't figured it out if it's Alice that's helping Vedofenir or Vedofenir that's helping Alice. And that's why Alice is able to do all these celestial rule breaking stuff and nothing really happens to her. Even though I still believe she's in some form of a prison. But kind of like an open prison, if that makes sense. Which sounds kind of dumb, but you know. She's not like how Zybal was, obviously. And is it help through Vedofenir? Or is Vedofenir getting help through Alice? And that's why he's getting like so much better with all this foreseeing that he has. But now he's like one with the abyss, so I really don't know, bro. Either way, I think they were married together. I think that's Clay's father. But yeah, dude, that love thing like really like
this wind
kind of threw me off a little bit.
I'd better take shelter.
I'm hiding right behind this, but okay.
On me.
Here.
Oh.
Huh?
What the hell? Sorry, send me all the way back.
I can't hide from it.
You must deliver it.
Your path cannot end here.
You draw near to the heart of the wolf.
Even if you had an army of 10,000 men, in the end, you must face this fight alone.
I don't know if it's gonna change. I want to hear everything.
Me, warrior. Step forward.
Oh, now that I see that, there probably has to be another expansion soon for Nodcry. Because where the hell are we supposed to put the rest of all these sigils at? I already maxed out the other the other places. This is literally all extra. So this probably has to be another one soon. Probably when Nicole comes out. Cause Lohan hopefully is the next one. Better be the next one. But sometimes knowing Genshin, they'll show him and he will probably come out 4 months later. Like what the hell? But yeah, hopefully sooner than later. And I say Nicole because with Nicole, this is related to her. Oh, I was about to leave. But yeah, this is like related and connected to her. So maybe there'll be some other place, and you know, it'll be some other witch spot, I guess. Another Nicole home, or place that she calls home. Because I know when you do this, she talks about that she has multiple places that she calls quote unquote like home. So I don't know. Maybe that's what it could be.
Is this the heart of the wolf?
Oh. Why all those pillars have to come out though? For him to
Roland!
appear.
After countless bloody battles, trials, tribulations, and hardships, I, with my mortal flesh and blade, attained power to rival that of the gods. But you know better than I that a mortal's prime is fleeting. In 5 years, maybe 10, age will snatch your strength. The power you take such pride in will fade to naught, disappearing like dust in the wind. Your fame will be as fleeting as firewood beneath the starry sky, lit at dusk, dead by dawn. Utterly insignificant.
Oh yeah? Be that as it may, the fires that burn down here blaze more brilliantly than the light of 1,000 stars.
They blaze for but a moment. 100 years from now, your earthly flame will be long snuffed out. And those you once illuminated will be left cowering in the cold and empty night.
Ha! No. They'll remember me in 100 years, just as I remember all of you from centuries ago. That's the thing about firewood. From the embers of a dying flame, a new fire arises, burning bigger and brighter than ever before.
Are we walking out the same way that we came in? Oh. God, I thought we had to go all the way down the stairs.
A knight's duty is to save others, not demand things from them. How can one call themselves a knight while placing their hopes in generations to come?
Well, as long as I put an end to you here and now, I won't need to rely on anyone else. Now, show yourself, Roland!
Put an end to me? Your body and mind are already at the limit of what they can bear. It is only a matter of time before they yield and crumble. But if this is your final request... I shall do as you wish. Knight of Boreas.
Huh. You're not quite how I imagined you. You don't seem half as crazed as the memories contained in the wolf spirit.
Not once have I strayed from the righteous path. But when I look at you,
I do not see a hero capable of slaying dragons. Just a lost soul who has wandered far too long. A shadow of the knight you
He
once
must
were.
not know about
I guess we have that much in
the
common.
what if scenario.
Neither of us are at our peak.
The ray here of Solmari's forces have been defeated. And the Roland you see is but an imperfect image cast by the Abyss. I wield the power that Roland did at his peak, but my heart and mind remain frozen in that blood-stained moment. Therefore, I, in my current form, am flawed. A knight cannot bear their own stagnation. After redeeming you from injustice and guiding your surrender to the Abyss, I shall rectify myself and continue to follow the knightly path.
Huh. The world out there can bear no more of your torment. Your obsession, clearly, remains exactly as I had imagined. I suppose there's no chance to make you see the light.
No words can make a knight doubt his convictions, no matter how noble they may sound. Neither of us will sway the other, but you have long known this truth. Otherwise, why would you pin all your hopes on Boreas' single thought? But now the blade that once housed the wolf spirit has been shattered, and all you hold is a phantom that bears its form. You no longer have the means to change the situation, and no one will come to your rescue.
He's like glitching out. You saw
This
that? He was like
place
switching and
shall be
glitching
your
out.
graveyard, lonely warrior.
Huh. Maybe you're partly right. But I think I might just have a shot at a rescue.
What do you mean?
There's only one person's mind I need to change, and it isn't yours. Forgetting where we are? This is the heart of Andreas, god of the North Wind. Andreas, can you hear me? Wake up! You are the great god of the North Wind. How long will you allow yourself to suffer the domination of the Abyss?
If this is your final gambit, I am most disappointed, Knight of Boreas. Grand displays of heartfelt wishes cannot summon miracles. This world shows no such mercy to its inhabitants. Return. Return to the ley lines. This is my choice. My memory.
Okay, that was way easier than I thought.
Is this the answer that I found?
We didn't even have to fight. Or we didn't fight yet. They was gonna have to fight and then he changes his mind.
I have delivered your token back into your heart.
A Knight of Boreas. Watch on. This is all that a wolf can hope to do for humankind.
On behalf of all humanity, I thank you, Lord of Wolves.
Boreas is returning to the ley lines. But why? Your sword is broken. You no longer have the means to bear his soul. Unless... surely not.
Begging for miracles is a futile endeavor. I know better than that. But a sword is just one kind of vessel. There are other ways to store a soul.
The Dominator of Wolves once bestowed the power of his soul upon his pack, strengthening their hearts and sharpening their claws and fangs.
Even if it is not my intention, the soul of Lupus Boreas will inevitably ravage, devour, and assimilate a mortal heart. As if human and wolf were being forcefully merged into one being.
If a mortal heart is to bear the soul of a god, this is a path that cannot be retraced.
That's so fucked up of them.
Yet, I shall not dissuade a knight from embarking on the quest of his own choosing.
Bro, they know we desperately want this guy back.
They are
And
collapsing.
that's how they got the captain back in the story.
Now I see.
Come on, man.
You were wondering how a lamb could tame the
Unbelievable.
heart of a wolf. Isn't that right? Here's my answer. You get the wolf to swallow the heart.
The wolf
Yo,
spirit
what's up?
within
How
the
you
sword
doing, man?
was merely a
I'm doing
decoy.
alright.
The true thoughts and memories were carried within your
I'm liking this story a lot so far.
To avoid arousing my suspicion, you deliberately allowed Lupus Boreas' soul to assimilate your own.
How's your day going?
Then be
It's going
devoured
alright.
by
It's
me.
going pretty good.
But
Nothing to complain
how did you
about.
have the strength to fight while bearing such a great
How's
burden?
yours?
Compared to Lupus Boreas' decision, my sacrifice is nothing.
You have a stubborn will and employed an exceptional strategy. But this is not the way a true knight fights. The choice you have made is a flawed one. Your soul is now merged with that of Andreas. When he fully joins the ley lines, you too
So any other games you like to play
Neither
besides this?
Barbados nor the Traveler will be able
Yeah.
to anchor your soul from within the ley lines.
Just like the other
Let
gotchas.
alone rescue
Wuthering Waves, Star
You have
Rail,
lost.
Zelda Zone.
And so have I. Regrettably, I can no longer offer you salvation. May your soul rest in peace with Boreas.
Oh, that's a cool looking sword.
Haha, lonely. Sorry to disappoint you, but as much as it sounded like the perfect ending for both of us to return to the ley lines together,
What's
the
my
fact
favorite?
is that, unlike the true Roland of the past, I still have fine wine and good friends to
Probably
get back
Star
to.
Rail.
They're looking forward to my
And Wuthering
triumphant
Waves.
return.
Very, very, very
I'm
close
not
to
ready to
that.
accept my fate just yet.
Ding dong! You've got mail.
Until I return, I leave them in your care. The Knights
Stream
of
on console?
Favonius
Yeah.
will always welcome you.
On the PS5.
Come on! Mondstadt!
Dear Grandmaster.
To Varka.
To Varka.
Family.
No pig call.
Poetry and letters were humanity's earliest means of expressing their thoughts. Make sure they all get delivered, Outlander who caught the wind.
Seems pretty good. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just like really like hyper focusing on this story. The story's been good, like really. It's been like really good so far.
Grandmaster.
Master.
Varka. Varka.
By the way, where are you from?
For Varka.
I'm from New York. Where are you from?
The thoughts of others anchor you.
Reversing the assimilation.
From America or a different country?
Using your connections. Relying on outside help. This is not the way of a knight. The Abyss can sustain me no longer. But now, countless souls who died unjustly will emerge to prevent your return. If you believe in your path, then grant them release. Carve your way out through bloodshed.
Oh, you from the US also?
Varka, mightiest Knight of Boreas.
This is how it ends. Throw the plan out of the window. Fight my way to victory. Well, that suits me just fine!
Oh, do we actually fight now? Or... Yeah, we do. Okay.
A knight is always true to
anyways, if you don't mind, yeah, that's fine.
You are not alone.
Right back at you, Varka.
Good? Shred 'em! Burn! Here! Slash!
The north wind blows southward. May it guide you on your journey home.
Oh, I messed that up.
On me.
Leave it all to me.
There's an ice cold drink with your name on it. Ready when you are.
Don't go dying in a place like this, Varka.
Off the ante! Thunder!
The graphic design. Just show you. Okay. I think I know where this is gonna lead to. What are you gonna ask for? Discord?
Fly home to us, Grandmaster!
Can I get the Discord? Put yours.
Spread your wings and soar for the
I'll
new dawn.
do it when I'm done fighting. I can't stop it.
Chosen Lupica.
One final battle!
do not look back.
Rest your semi-request and I'll show you the work. Alright, I'll do that.
Varka, now I know the meaning of my name.
After the lengths you've made everyone go for you, you'd better make sure to thank us all properly when you get back.
You know, I have a lot of things to update you on, but they can wait until you're back.
I have no intention of returning to the Knights of Favonius, but I trust you will find a way to manage on your own.
Grandmaster, we're all waiting for you.
Oh. I'm not doing too bad a job as Grandmaster, am I? I'll take that silence as your approval. Everything you swore to protect with your lives, it's all still here, safe and sound. The Knights of Favonius, Mondstadt, and the oath sworn by every knight. I'll protect them all with my life. And so, I'll deliver that letter on your behalf.
Oh wow. He even delivered that letter from Rostrum.
I know it's just a shadow of the real Roland, but if you have the time, could you please read it for him? Rostam and Arundelen, they never forgot you.
Dude, this sucks we can't get that weapon. That weapon looks so good, man.
Phew. This has been one long expedition. From here on out, I think I'll let the wind lead.
Dude, that was so good, man.
Hey everyone, it's been a mighty long time. I'm thrilled to see you all again.
Welcome back, Grandmaster.
Yeah, I'm home.
I'm okay. I'm okay with that. Nah, I'm alright with that. Now I was gonna say, you know, could have been something with better Fenrir, a little bit more with the Abyss, but honestly, I'm not mad. That was really good. And now it makes sense why he asked the people to send the letters in the first place.
It's been a while since I felt this wind on my face. Just how I remember. So, is there anything you'd like to talk about?
Oh,
Now's your
nice.
chance before I get dragged off to the office. This sword was just a decoy. I carried his soul in my own heart. That was the plan I was most certain would work. The second half, though, using everyone's thoughts to guide me back out of the ley lines, I wasn't too sure that would work out.
You know, that's kind of crazy that he says that. And it was Venti who got him out of the ley lines also. With the, like those little flower things. Or not flowers, the petals. Or leaves, same thing. But honestly, I shouldn't be too surprised because in Venti's first story quest, he managed to tap into ley lines so the fake Stanley could basically say his goodbyes to the real Stanley. So, ley line manipulation, I'm honestly not surprised about. But it's still kind of crazy. If like Venti could do all that, and yeah, with the leaves, it was also helping him. But with the letters, that was like the main thing that made him come back and get out of the ley lines. I'm kind of surprised by that. Because I thought Venti could just get him out of it in the first place. Or can Venti only interact with ley lines if a person is permanently in the ley lines? So like if they're dead, which that's what happened to the real Stanley. Or maybe I'm just probably overcomplicating it, maybe. Like usual.
All jokes aside, what would you have done if the Traveler hadn't been able to separate the wolf spirit from Roland's influence?
Initially, I was planning to have Barbados carry out that step. But when I approached him about it, he said there was a much more suitable candidate. The Outlander who caught the wind. Turns out our trust was not misplaced.
Bro, I'm pretty
Thank
sure
you.
that's the name. Hold on, let me look that up. Because I think that's literally the name of the first Ark Conquest. But let me check this update's name first. No, this is the event. That's something else. What is the update's name in its entirety? No, homeward he caught the wind. No, that's okay, so it is different. Okay, now, because I'm pretty sure that's literally the first ever one. First. Yeah, that's literally what it is called, that. The Outlander who caught the wind. Yeah. Dude, that's crazy that I remember that. Holy shit. And it's crazy that they actually did such a callback to that.
Then, I guess we'd have had to get Barbados to send a wind to blow me back home. But it would have come at a heavy price, and with no guarantee of success.
Oh.
Besides, I'd rather not have him expend that kind of power.
Well, okay, I'm glad that they literally just, because that's what I was thinking, that why he didn't just do it, but he just explained it. Good. This is what I love to see with Hoyo First games. This is what Genshin needs to be doing in every single update. Like, some questions that need to be answered and that could be answered within the same update or Archon quest or story quest or whatever, they need to answer like that. They need to stop with this unanswering certain things and then saving it for like 10 years later and then answer, oh, this meant this. But this is good.
It's a good question. A glass of the finest dandelion wine, perhaps? No doubt I'd have to pay for it with a secret stash of cash in my office.
You're dreaming if you think it would have come that cheap.
It's been a while since I felt this wind on my face. Well, with the shadow of Roland vanquished, the Wild Hunt won't be able to consolidate their forces for the foreseeable future. A few knights will remain on rotation at the Nodcry stronghold, but everyone else will be sent home in waves. Albedo and Duran will come back with the first wave, so you should have the chance to see them again soon.
Nice.
It's been a while since I felt this wind on my face. My future. Huh. You may already have learned of this from Barbados or the Hexen Circle, but I glimpsed a reflection of the future in Barbarloth's scryglass. Correct. Although, as things stand now, I believe we may have changed the course of the future, thanks in no small part to you. Still, after I've tied up some loose ends with the Knights of Favonius, I'll need to make another trip back north. There's still a lot of work to be done at the Nodcry stronghold. Besides, the first group of knights who volunteered to stay there have yet to be relieved of their duty. How could I simply abandon them?
Ah, how noble. But be honest, your main reason for going back to Nodcry is so you can dump all your work here on Jean again, isn't it? Wait, seriously?
I'm only pulling your leg. You'll be seeing a lot more of me in Mondstadt from now on. It's been a while since I felt this wind on my face.
I'm pretty satisfied with all the explanations.
So, is there anything you'd
and
like
the
to
thing
talk
that I was
about?
literally just talking about Venti doing the ley lines and stuff.
To the office.
Literally glad they explained that.
All right then. I'm gonna stay here and enjoy the breeze for a little longer. For all the wine in the world, there's no feeling as intoxicating as the wind from your hometown after a long time away.
It was also kind of crazy that I literally just realized. Because this is where Vanessa ascended to Celestia. By the way, what even ever happened after that? Because with some people we know, well, sort of, and then other people's we have ideas of what happened. But Vanessa, she ascended, disappeared, basically, I guess you could say, kinda in her honor, sort of. And then nothing ever since then. Which is weird. That was very puzzling. And then the whole ley line stuff that just happened. And then Varco woke up here. Right at the same place where Vanessa ascended. Okay. Interesting. Alright, let me do these test runs real quick. No, yeah, premium team.
Story has only just begun.
Time for takeoff. Yahoo!
Boreas sweeping in! Thunder!
Everybody stand!
Decay! New life! Leave it to me!
Think you can get away? Let's play! Yeah.
Oh, I did not mean to do that.
Enhanced animal module 75!
Preparing for dust up.
The long sleep beckons. Be silent, to dust.
Oh damn, I only have one more. Or I can only get one more, so it'll be 9. Alright, no, that's fine. I think this is a good time to end anyway. But yeah, this quest was really good. A lot of lore, a lot of stuff that I actually caught on to, like the Love in Shackles, the Verofonier. I'm telling you,
Emotions are like a raging torrent that surges through the mind.
he's married to
More
Alice.
often than not, if you try to hold them back, you'll be
But,
swept away by their unstoppable force.
Which that reminds me, real quick, of what Varka said. Now he is eventually gonna have to go back. And that makes sense because, like I said, I have over 200 of these sigils. And all these things are maxed out. So there's definitely going to be another place. But what would it really be though? Well, I don't know. Probably someone else will pick up a mantle within the abyss, and then they would try to make a new leader for the Wild Hunt. And then probably after that one, the Wild Hunt would be completely gone. And then we'll probably won't have anything to do with them in the story. Like after the 3rd time. Maybe. I don't know. That's just what I think. And maybe that could be the case because of this whole story right here. With this and the arrow that goes into the cannon to shoot into this. Because the whole thing with this with Rotwang, well, even before Rotwang, it was, what you call it? It was prophesied by the girl in here, which ended up being the second Reed Miller. Well, no, it was prophesied even before her. and then it was told to her, and then she revealed to the other people about the three, basically like abyss deaths kind of, which was the original, then it was Rotwang, and then Rotwang took like a new form, and then that's when you had to do this, and then it came here, and then you did this, and then you shot that, and then that was basically all the three deaths. So maybe this is kind of symbolizing to the other not cry stuff that there might be three fights, and then the third one would be the Wild Hunt's complete death, I guess, maybe. Which kind of makes sense because Revere, then we just did Roland, so possibly there could be one more. If it's lining up with this whole thing and this. But I don't know. That's just what I think. I could be right, I could be wrong. We just have to wait and see. But there's 100% another place gonna come out. Because like I said, these sigil things, I've done all of them. These three and these three down here. Well, that one right there and then the other two. So, and I still have over 200, which is crazy. But yeah. I wonder if oh, I probably shouldn't be saying this. But I wonder if anyone right now is showing stuff of beta testing for the next update. Bro, and it better be Lohan. Because I'm gonna honestly get a little bit mad if Lohan is not in the next update. Especially that they just showed him. And yeah, it looks like I was wrong about him with the Bloodstained Knight. Bro, but there's something still wrong with him. There's something still off. I don't know. Maybe the Bloodstained Knight had like a brother, and then that lineage continued on or something. Dude, he's so bloodthirsty. It's like actually crazy. Like he literally reminds me of the Bloodstained Knight. But for now, seemingly I'm wrong, which I probably will be in the future. But dude, I don't know, man. There's something off about him. He's like way too obsessed with a fight. Like way too obsessed. And he's cryovision. You know, cryovision is like the second worst when it comes to traumatic stuff. Because the first one is 100% animal. You know, all these people have like suffered like the worst kind of you know, family deaths, or people like family or best friends, and you know, etc, etc. And then I think Cryo's the second. But yeah, overall I really liked everything. It was really good. Really good. I'm definitely looking forward to events coming out. And hopefully, yeah, I would give this a try. Because I'm gonna try. Well, that's the thing, because I know with this, you have outfits that you could pull, and then you have outfits that you have to buy with money that you can't even pull at all. Or maybe you could pull, but it's with the currency using real money. I know it's something like that. So, unfortunately, knowing these guys at Genshin, the costumes in the front is probably the ones that you have to pay for, which sucks because they look really nice. But yeah, I want to read the stories of that because those wings that they have on them looks exactly like the doctor's. This seems very suspicious to me. Oh, there's ones with Nicole? Nice. That's a bit surprising though, because it's all playable characters. Even though we know she's playable in the future, but it's all active playable characters. And she's not active yet. Like, we can't pull for her. Oh, is she? No, no, definitely not. Definitely not. I wish, but especially if they showed Lohan. And so far, which I've realized, this is kind of like a trend since I started playing. Because you know, originally it was my sister, and then I slowly uh played like after that, and then I kind of took over that account. But she still plays occasionally. That's why I have all these crazy traveler names. But anyways, that's not the point. Is when I really started to play and I was really getting into like the story, the little bit of meta, not too much, because you know how I feel about that. I think that's just stupid. But into that, into you know, the events and you know everything. Um, and then also understanding like pulling characters or whatnot. But I started to realize that after the Archon quest and after Lantern, right? Because sometimes it's different. Because like with the last update, the last Archon quest for Nocry came out, and it was also Lantern, right? But then sometimes you have the Archon quest, and then the update after that it'll be Lantern, right? So that's why I said the last Archon quest of you know, like a patch, um or like a new region or whatever, or it would be Lantern, right? After that, all the way up to the summer event or the update after the summer event. So kind of almost the same thing like the Archon quest or Lantern, right? But between um like those two, the patches in between, I've realized that especially with 5 stars, they tend to release only single new 5 stars, which I don't know why they do that. Because right now is Varka, he's a single, because all the other people is reruns. I guarantee you, the next update, which will probably be Lohan, he will be the single, and then after that, it will be hopefully Nicole, but it'll probably be one of the other shadows in the like the not cry thing that they showed. And then Nicole, and then someone else, and then someone else, and then someone else. So it's like always a single new 5 star. And that's been happening for a couple years already. Because that happened last year, and it happened the year before that with Fontaine. Which again, I really don't know why they do that. That's kind of annoying a little bit. But I mean, I could also understand because they could do that, and then that's like the perfect time to do all their reruns because once you hit summer, basically the new region is like right around the corner. And then when the new region comes out, it's consistently double new 5 stars. So there won't really be so much opportunities for specific reruns, if that makes sense. So in a way, I guess it kind of makes sense. But dude, I don't know. I just want Nicole to be playable already, bro. I'm like so desperate already to start pulling for her. But yeah. Alright, that's pretty much it. Um what would I give this rating? Honestly, I'll give it the same thing as Star Rail. I give it an 8 out of 10. This was really, 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 really good. Really good. I liked it a lot. Really no complaints. A tiny bit of Vetafoneer, but that's fine. Obviously, they're not gonna go into the whole entire stuff about that. But it was pretty cool that they actually did show that he was the one that convinced Roland to join. So he's like the speaking leader of the Abyss since all the way back then, which actually kind of lines up with a lot of stuff. But anyways, yeah, this was really good. Hopefully, you know, luck will be good also in this update because I'm desperately gonna need it if I'm gonna get Klee, Varka, his weapon, Skark's weapon, Escoffier. So yeah, that's gonna that's gonna be something. And yeah, thank God this person. Bro, I'm done with all this Discord stuff. It's just I'm seriously. I'm just gonna freaking tell people drop their Discord and act like I'm at them, and I'll tell them, yeah, I'll do it later. I'll do it later. And then yeah, bro, I'm not bothering with that anymore. I swear, bro, I'm telling you, I believe it's like a whole freaking like group of them that's doing that because it's so obnoxious. And sometimes you see the names as the same, and then you also see names that's similar to other names, and then it's just like a whole big thing. And then when you actually do the thing with Discord, they basically all have the same exact pictures, the same exact logos and thing, and even their own like profile pictures. Literally, is all the same thing anyway. So it's like this just group of people that's just doing this just non-stop. And I know it's not only me, because during my whole sick fiasco, I watched someone, and they were playing Resident Evil. It was a pretty fun watch. I liked it. But anyways, yeah, even in their chat, it was like the same thing. It was like crazy, and it was like way more because they had a pretty decent following, but they're gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger. But anyways, yeah, it was just, bro, all this Discord logo banner crap is just obnoxious. I don't even know why the hell they keep harassing people with that. But anyways, yeah, back to Genshin. Not to end on a bad note. Let's end on a positive note. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the future of this game. Even the event, I'm very, 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 very interested in the stories of the event. Because I really, really want to see how they're gonna spin the Traveler's story so far. And basically, Hexa Circle 5 the story. So we basically get to see. Actually, you know what? Now that I say that, that's exactly what it is. We get to literally see how the Hexa Circle takes a true story and they turn it into a fairy tale. Because we're literally gonna play the story within, the thing, and then we see how the Hexa Circle turns it into the fairy tale. So we basically get first-hand experience of how the Hexa Circles write their fairy tale books. Which, now that I say that, I'm gonna be paying extra closely attention to that. Because I'm going to pay attention to every single detail throughout the whole entire event of how they change stuff in the Traveler's Quest, and how they make it into like the fairy tale version of the Traveler's Quest. I might actually go back and rewatch the entirety of Mondstadt, like the prologue and all the way up to Leeway. Because I just want to refresh my memory and get every single detail you know like imprinted in my brain. So when I do the event, or I could just do the event and then also watch the thing. Because I just, like I said, since we're getting like a first-hand experience into exactly what they write and how they make changes and et cetera with their fairy tales, which those fairy tales are based on true stuff, then since we get the first-hand experience and we see what they do, then I think we could go into the fairy tales. And then when we get into the fairy tales and we read it, I think it would be easier to differentiate. Okay, this part is true, this part is false, this part is true, but they twisted it and for the fairy tale version, this part is false, this part is true, and so on and so on and so on. So yeah, I'm gonna be paying very, 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 very close attention to the event. Yeah, this should be good. This should be really, really good. Dude, this update, now that I'm thinking about it, this update is very, very lore heavy. It's almost like the same update as the one before this with the Archon Quest and Lantern Rite. Because we're getting a lot of information. And we just have to pay attention. I mean, we already got so much information doing the Varka quest. So imagine the event that has to deal with the Hexa Circles. So, yeah, this is gonna be a very, very, very fun update. Again, I just hope my wishes, like polling wise, is the same thing. fun-wise, like the lore. You know, hopefully I'm not having so much fun with the lore that I get tortured with pulling. Cause that, dude, oh my god, that would be fucking torturous. But yeah, I'm very excited for the event. Very, very excited. Alright, yeah. I'm gonna basically almost 5.5 hours. That's pretty good. Not bad. Um yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm still not sure what I'm going to do tomorrow. I don't know. Because even well, technically yesterday already, but early in the morning on YouTube, um, I was thinking about doing Arknights, which, dude, I need to. I'm so far behind. And then I'm also so far behind on my second accounts, of like, Wuthering Waves, Star Rail, and Zenless Zone. Oh my god, dude, I'm like, there's so much stuff I gotta catch up on. Ugh, Lord, dude. Yeah, it's bad. And then even the events on my main accounts, I have to catch up on that stuff also. Because I've been slowly by slowly doing stuff here and there. Not trying to be too backed up on everything. And then just be like bombarded with like all things out, like a single day. That it will be like impossible. But anyways, yeah, so I don't know. I'm not sure if I'll do Arknights tomorrow. Or if I'll do the theory thing about Star Rail. Because I'm still not sure about that. Because I will do a theory video about Star Rail. But I don't know if I should do the quest and do the theories while I'm doing the side quests. Or should I do all of the side quests, then do the theories, and then talk to the NPCs and, still talk about the theories and whatnot. So I don't know. Maybe I will probably do all of them at the same time. But I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see. But I'll definitely be back on Twitch during the week. God willing, hopefully. But more than likely, yeah. Because, Luke Harrison comes out pretty soon. And I'm very excited for him. Very excited. I also need to try to still get IMF. Yeah, that's also a whole nother thing. But anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure it out. So, I don't know. Tomorrow, uh, probably late night, like usual. Or maybe I'll do a little thing early in the morning into the afternoon like I did yesterday. But it was pretty short. It was like maybe 3 hours, close to 4. I really don't know. But I don't want to make any, like, 100% I'm gonna do this and this and this. But, yeah. I mean, we'll just see. We'll see. We will see. But, yeah. Alright. That's about it with everything. I'm ready to call it. Yeah, that's a very, very fun update. I will definitely be back soon, though. either tomorrow or the day after, or you know, within the week. Actually, what day? Oh, it's Wednesday. Oh, damn! It's already Wednesday. Okay. All right. We'll figure something out. We'll figure something out. But yeah. Alrighty. I'm done.